Yeah, and the range was straight downwind, so it was a little tricky to figure out exactly how you were hitting it. And he certainly hadn't practiced out of the rough yet today. This will be a big swing with a short club.
He appears to be aiming much towards it, which taking a chance.
Let's go! Come on, Xander!
McIlroy comes up short.
Stay there. That's okay, though. The worst thing you could do there, Ned, would be to catch like a jumper or a heater out of there and hit it over the green. Then you're just dead.
Yeah, and Xander's lie is not much better. It's also to the bottom, interwoven with this deep, nasty rough. It has 3 different kinds of grass where he is.
A little easier angle, though, so that should help him if he can get it to the green.
Look at how mean the rough is today.
That was a good shot right there.
Very well played by Schauffele, and this is the 4th easiest hole on the course. Has been under par for the field. 13 birdies, 58 pars, 3 bogeys. And most guys, if you find the fairway, have a scoring opportunity. There's Alex Smalley getting ready for the biggest day of his career. Final round coverage of the PGA Championship now on CBS. Cameron Smith making an early move. He's up to 4 under par, 2 under on the day, has pulled within 2. John Rahm, Ludwig Oberg, Matty Schmidt all waiting to tee off. Maverick McNeely, a birdie on 1. He was in that final group yesterday. Shot a 71, but a birdie at the first. He's now at 4 under, 2 back.
Yeah, which is these guys could make birdie, but you need to get off to a hot start today if you're going to catch up. You really need to play the front 9 well, and like Ned and I were saying, get past the 10th hole, then you can reassess where you're at and what you got to do to try to win the tournament. But par in the easier holes is not helping anybody if you're trying to win.
You were looking at the leaderboard. Where would the actual leaderboards start?
Well, I mean, you can't. Who knows how Alex Smalley's going to play? He might play great today and nobody has a chance. But the guy's at 4, 3, 2, maybe 1. Got to feel like I'm still in this thing, but I'm going to have to bury it. And you got to catch up on the front 9. I think it'd be very difficult to catch up on the back 9.
Did it at 63 with Kitayama. That was before the wind was picking up much earlier today, and they played him inside the top 10. What's this going to do for McIlroy?
It won't have a lot of break in it. He'll just sail from right to left, and then the last 8 feet and maybe back to the right. But it is all about the speed. He has 2 swales that he has to cover. Right here and right there.
And didn't give it enough. I mean, the last thing you want to do is blow it by this whole location because it's very quick from above it, but not his best. I was hoping for probably maybe a 2 or 3 footer, not a 7 or 8 footer.
Why did both guys go with 3-wood?
Well, I think because it's the perfect. I mean, it's right to left wind for a right-hander. Get it in the fairway. I mean, that's the. I mean, they only had wedge. They were going to have a wedge in anyway with 3-wood. I mean, Rory could probably knock it in those bunkers on the right if he really smoked it. So, and Xander, as you know, is long too. So, his right play was just bad execution.
Xander only showed up to the practice area, at least the driving portion of it, 25 minutes before the tee time. Really only hit balls for about 15 minutes. He seemed confident with what he was doing. Had his coach, Chris Cuomo, with him. And he was able to flight shots lower. You could tell that earlier in the week he was having trouble with that, controlling the spin and the trajectory. But he seemed quite confident in that ability. Now, this one will squirrel off to the right. And he's got it in the back of his mind, be thinking about Rory's putt maybe. It's slower than I think.
Schauffele also comes up short.
But he's within a couple feet, so that's looks like he can pretty easily get out of here with a par. Ned, are you saying this putt might break to the right?
On the way up, that's what it looked like, but ran out of speed. I think it was coming off the ridge. It was going to kick it a little bit, but from here now, if anything, well, again, this is the vagary of these greens.
I know.
You could convince me of either one. If I read it from behind the hole, it looks like it's got to go to his left. From behind the ball, it looks like maybe it's going to just wander to the right. So in the end, I think you hit it pretty firm, and
It looks like right center to me.
that's what I was thinking. Pretty firm and right center.
And you gotta hit it solid up the hill.
And into the little bit of grain.
Could be a crucial putt early. Shade over 9 feet. McIlroy for par. It fills it up.
Yeah. That rolled out pretty good going uphill. I thought he might have almost left it short. But it was definitely right center and a well-struck putt. Now he can forget that and see if he can get on the attack mode.
Sometimes that can give you confidence with the putter, seeing a putt like that go in at the first, Scott.
Oh yeah, because you know if you miss that, you're going to be walking to the next tee like going, what a ding dong. How dumb was that to bogey the first hole?
Simple par putt for Schauffele. Both guys make par at 1.
Well, you know, George, and even as great as these guys are, there's still nerves trying to win a golf tournament like this. So maybe they kind of settle down now, get the nervousness out, and start hitting better shots.
Short dogleg left, par 4 second, Scott.
Been really hard to hit this fairway. It slopes so hard from left to right. I'll be interested to see if Rory should be straight into the wind, but I think Rory can probably still carry that last bunker. But I kind of thought guys might be playing it a little less club than driver off the tee to make sure they're in the fairway, you know, kind of hook your 3-wood into the hill. But like yesterday, even the great Scotty Scheffler, he's hitting driver and the wind takes it to the right and it's gone. It's into the rough. So we'll see how these guys attack it. Another birdie hole, though, if you hit the fairway. Depends on the front left and very accessible.
Another good scoring opportunity. The first 3 holes are the 3 of the 7 easiest at Aronimink Golf Club. Rory going with driver.
It's pretty much 50-50.
The line that he will take.
Pretty much 50-50.
304 carry. And the breeze more off the left than into, but definitely quartering will hurt it a bit. There's a corporate chalet out in the distance with one white flag right on the corner of it. That's his line.
Yeah, I think the good news, Ned, is it's not blowing near as hard as it has been. Perfect if it carries.
Oh, it'll carry.
But it should be perfect.
Right at that flag, too.
Rory smashed that big high draw.
He's going to have a pit shot to the green.
That was the shot shape he needed to be able to hold the fairway.
It was. That's real golf right there. He drew it into the hill, which is really, I think, what you're going to have to do to hit some of these fairways today.
Let's watch the trajectory.
That's your left edge of that.
Yeah.
304.
Yeah. Okay.
Doing good.
I
The
got you.
trajectory of Xander. The last few drives that he hit on the practice area were low and flighted. And this one requires exactly what Rory just did, high and drawing.
It's too low, guys.
You called it, Ned. It was too low. He called it as well.
Guys, 3 shots back of the leader, Alex Smalley, in the city of brotherly love, fitting at Love Park. A good spot to have a smooch and take a picture. Diving into Xander Schauffele, looking for a second PGA Championship the past 3 years. X-Man at 3 under this week. It was a different type of PGA Championship 2 years ago. He won at 21 under at Valhalla. Since 2020, 41 under in the final round of majors that leads all players. His strokes gained approach, 4th worst in the field. He's been terrible with his irons, but somehow Scott has overcome that to be just 3 back at this final round. Schauffele in majors since 2024. He's got the 2 wins. That is second to Scotty Scheffler. Rory McIlroy also has 2 in that time. Scored a par is second. How has he been able to stay afloat even with his irons being so poor?
Well, obviously his short game has been fantastic, you know, which is, I mean, he's been fighting to get back, but when he 2 years ago, when he was as good as anybody on the planet, his iron game was just, it was unreal how good it was. So that's the difference right now. If he can catch it, you know, if he can catch that feel and start hitting his irons good, he might have a chance today. But driving in the bunker doesn't help.
Certainly does not. That being said, the lie is clean and the yardage is short. Just 95 by my math. The lip is a little bit of an issue, but only visually. If you strike it pure, you shouldn't have to contend with it.
Yeah, I mean, really, if he makes a good strike here, he has a great chance to get it up there in a very makeable birdie putt. I mean, this 95 yards from the hole, you know, Rory's over there about 65 yards from the hole. This is where you need to attack if you're going to have a chance at the end.
And then this lapping breeze back into his face. Out of the bunker, if he catches it spot on, likely to spin a little bit more. So I wouldn't be all that surprised if he flies it 4 or 5 feet past the hole and then tries to use that spin to his advantage.
I agree. I think that's probably what he's hoping for and trying to pull off. Sounded pretty good.
Get some oohs and ahs from the gallery. Getting better and better.
Yeah, those are difficult shots. You know, kind of the 3/4 wedge shots out of bunkers, Ned. Those are not that difficult to miss hit.
McIlroy, 338-yard tee shot, second longest of the day to Chris Goddard. Ned, we're seeing on the graphic just 62 yards in for his second.
It could not have placed it in a better place in the fairway. Looking right down Main Street all the way to the flag. If he wants to land it on the front of the green and skip it, he has that available. And if he thinks he can get enough spin, he certainly can fly it hole high.
It's got to be a skipper, I would think. One bounce onto the top shelf there and have it grab. Hit it high. And it worked.
Judged it perfectly.
Great shot.
McIlroy in there tight to get within 2 of the leader, Smalley.
This tournament kind of deserves Rory to get up there and get some crowd noise and get this cheering going, because it's been kind of docile with how hard it's been playing.
It's hard to get a crowd energized when you're just watching guys grind from 8 to 10 feet for par, which was a lot of yesterday late in the day. Today, with the way it's set up, the temperatures, the conditions, it'll certainly be a challenge this afternoon, but there will be stretches where guys can have 3 birdies in 4 holes or 4 in 6 holes. There are runs out there, but it is still going to be a grueling 18 holes in this final round.
Well, no doubt. The golf course has played way harder than anybody imagined, but this group that we have today, George, these are the guys that could get the crowd roaring and really loud, and that is going to affect all the guys playing behind them, because they're going to know what kind of roar it is for Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele.
And in talking with the Aronimink head pro Jeff Kitty leading into this week at the PGA Championship, he said part of what he was most excited by, and this is a great representation, how close the tees and greens are, and that roar on the front side, you can hear it on the back nine. It's similar to how Augusta, the roars reverberate around the property. That could be the same today at Aronimink, Ned.
Yeah, that man knows his property well. That's exactly right, because of how it sits down in that basin. It does. The roars definitely echo. And Rory's their man. You can already tell. If he gets going, this place is going to blow the top right off of it.
That's why you should just be watching our coverage all day, just in case that happens.
That's exactly right. Do have to be a little bit tentative with this. It can get away from you. This green sits up high and gets windswept and is a little bit quicker than the rest. Everything from his toes to his heels on the way down to the front of the green here.
Schauffele, 18 feet out. Slides by on the left.
Just barely tentative on that putt.
Couple pars. Schauffele, 3 back.
The dreaded straight putt, I believe, here. He's trying to find something, right? You'd like to have a little bit of a break.
Well, Ned, it possibly should break right to left, but the 12th green, your nemesis, is over there to the right, so it probably is a straight putt.
And if you're just joining us, the local legend says that everything gravitates and pulls towards the 12th green, and you're exactly right.
Well, these are the ones Scotty couldn't convert yesterday, so this is a big putt right here, particularly for the crowd noise.
From our angle, appears it'll go a little bit left. McIlroy planned for it to go left. Read it perfectly. Birdie on 2. Rory to 4 under. 2 back of the leader, Alex Smalley.
Just played that hole, maybe like nobody else can. Bombed it down there, only had 60 yards in, hit a beautiful wedge and a solid 5-foot birdie putt.
Rory in a share of 3rd. Aaron Rye birdied the 1st. He's solo 2nd at 5 under, 1 behind Smalley.
Well, this 3rd hole has been kind of interesting. It doesn't seem like a very difficult hole, and it's not the hardest hole in the course, but man, we've seen all kinds of action around here. But today, I'd be shocked if Rory didn't hit a 3-wood off the tee to keep it short of the long bunkers and then have another wedge into a pin that if you start it just a little left of this hole location, it'll feed down there to it. So hit it in the fairway, another good chance to get it close.
Earlier in the week, guys like Xander Schauffele hit driver chased near those bunkers with temperatures in the mid-80s, 25, 30 degrees warmer than it was on Thursday. Those drivers definitely, or those bunkers definitely come into play. So driver out of the hands for Rory McIlroy. He's going with 3-wood.
And let's see if he can hit the fairway with this one, unlike the first hole.
Don't you hate it when those pesky bunkers at 354 yards get in the way?
Yes, I'd be more worried about getting to the ones that are 280. See if we can draw this one this time.
Headed down the right side. Needs.
It looks like it's drawing a little bit.
Catch that wind.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Really good. I mean, perfect angle.
Big old draw into the fairway.
He is going to have a driving range wedge shot here, which is where these guys feast.
And Scott, this feels like an important moment in hole for Xander. As I was saying when we came on air, he's played these first 3 holes without a birdie and a couple over for the week. And these 3 holes, you've got to use them as a springboard.
100%. You'd really like to make at least 1 birdie in the first 3.
He's played this hole 2 over for the week.
Looks like it's perfect.
Yeah, that should be right down the middle.
So scoots around the bunker in the fairway. Let's check in for the first time with our feature Group 1 on ESPN Plus with Joe Hallett, the PGA of America, on flighting your irons. Joe.
George, Scott, you know, we're going to see this a lot today, kind of trying to control that iron. And specifically, we like to watch what those pros do with the wedges, and they flight their wedges. It's a term we've heard a lot of times. Now, I'm just talking to the basic. Let's talk about a pretty good player, someone who's a single handicap, single-digit handicap, and they're just kind of, they try and do it by all these different gyrations. If you kind of can take this to heart a little bit, if the club itself, the club head gets above the hands, that's kind of a clue. The club head gets up, I can tell you more than likely the ball is going to get up in the air. So you have a lot of height to that shot. Now, for our single-digit handicap that wants to learn how to flight it a little bit, don't get the club head as far above your hands as you would with that other shot. Now we've got that wedge flighted coming in a little lower, and it's a great example of being able to hit a shot the same distance 2 different ways, and much like the secret of life, figure out the right flight and you'll get where you're going.
How would you handle different windows, different trajectories as we're watching this flighted shot from Rory McIlroy?
Well, a lot of it kind of depends on where you grew up. Say, like, I grew up in Dallas where the ground's hard.
Not too far from Frisco.
Yeah, not too far from Frisco. So it was easy to hit the ball down because you had to, because the ground was hard and the wind blew a lot. If you grew up in Northern Ireland, the ground would be hard, the wind would blow a lot.
Like for Rory McIlroy.
If you grow up in Minnesota or New York where the ground's soft and the grass is fluffy, you don't hit that knockdown shot. So, but all these guys in this tournament, they have all those shots, just whether or not they can pull them off.
Couple key moments for Rory McIlroy these first 2 holes was scuffling on the first, rolled in a 9-foot par putt to avoid a bogey, and then on 2 in there tight makes birdie to get to 4 under par. It is as bunched a leaderboard as you will ever see in a major championship. Smalley at 6, Rye at 5, they're 1-2. All the players at 4 behind them. McIlroy, Thomas, Rahm, Cam Smith, all major champions. Oberg, Schmid, Taylor, 7 players right there at 4 under par in 3rd.
Right, and then 2 more major champions back there, 3 shots behind. So what a leaderboard.
You roll it back to 3. There's 15 players at or within 3 shots of the lead at this point in the proceedings.
I think it's setting up for a fantastic finish. I'm just hoping these two guys are involved in it. And I think the golf tournament wants these two guys involved too. I think it'll make it that much more exciting, that much more electric out here, for particularly Rory can get rolling.
Well, I can tell you that the fans believe that they are involved in it. They're all the way down the fairway here. We're cheering for Rory. They're 3-4 deep, and over at the first one we got to the green, they were 7-8 deep. Look over my shoulder now.
Perfect right now is right edge of the tower, right?
Yeah, even on the 3, it'll feed that way.
Okay.
I just don't want to flirt too much with that cover.
I got you.
I like right on that. I like right on that 3.
Okay. Wind is helping right to left?
Yeah, should be down there.
Okay. So feels like 5-ish right now?
Yeah, effectively, yeah.
What do you want? Like, I like a 35 ball right now. So 5, 42.
Yeah,
I
that's
can
11 of help on pin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, his pin's 40 what? 46? Okay, so I mean, if it's a 30 ball going 38, just get to the hole too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 30 is your complete minimum to get over that little corner.
All right, then I'm just over 30 then.
Yeah.
All right.
Love it. Right on that 3.
If I look over to the first green now, there's just a thin layer of fans. They're all here. They're all with this group, and they're all watching Xander try to navigate this. And you heard that 130 ball going 138 with the wind and the heat.
Yep, and aiming at the 3 there, because it will feed to the hole if you get it pin high.
Right.
This may need to get down.
All right. All right.
Catch the hill, get a little bit better.
We'll have a reasonable birdie putt.
Yeah, not bad. I think where he's bowling it up is basically the line you want to try to hit it on, because then you'll get a little bit more kick to the right and get it down there close.
Now McIlroy, $1.33. And again, another wonderful angle where he can massage this wedge in. Put a little right to left masse on it.
Yeah, I mean, this is like I said, this is where these guys feast. I'd be shocked if this wasn't a fairly decent shot from here.
And on the practice area, he was hitting some moon balls with the short irons for moments just like this.
Get there.
It's pretty good. And it is. Come on back. Looks like the greens have firmed up a little bit, Ned. Even more than they have been.
It's going to be interesting to see how the greens evolve throughout the day with this warm wind that's starting to pick up, I might add.
The PGA of America meteorologist on site had sent the forecast for this morning. It said 18 to 20 mile an hour gusts from 2 to 5 or 2 to 6 window, which would definitely be a factor. That's the strike for McIlroy, the divot flying towards the green.
Yeah, and if you want to see how to move your lower body for a golf shot, tape that and look at it over and over and over. Perfect.
Final group has teed off. Everyone on the course for the PGA Championship. See the fans filling up each and every green to watch this twosome of Schauffele and McIlroy. Was talking with PGA of America CEO Terry Clark earlier today on Sirius XM PGA Championship Radio, and we were asking for predictions and forecasts, and I said if the Philly fans could engrave the Wanamaker, the name they would put on that, Ned, would be Eagles, E-A-G-L-E-S, because that's all we have heard for 4 days at Aronimink Golf Club.
I don't care who the Eagles are playing this year, but I'm going to be rooting for the other team.
Don't say that too loud.
No, I just got booed, actually.
Yeah, you might not get off the property.
But I would think
Nah.
of the guys in contention, Rory will probably carry, would you say, the most crowd support throughout the course of the day?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it's undeniable. He is their man. And, you know, the fans have actually been great. They've been respectable. and they have been respectful.
Yeah. And, I mean, in line with that, it would be the second major of the year. I mean, nobody's ever won all 4 in 1 year. If he wins this one.
Since Bobby Jones, which
Well,
was
yeah.
the modern day.
Modern day. Wasn't even the same 4, but yes.
And the best run we've seen was Jordan Spieth in 2015. Won the Masters, won the U.S. Open when the U.S. Open was the season's second major. Went to the Open at St. Andrews, had to birdie the last to get in a playoff. Ultimately came up just short, missed that playoff that was won by Zach Johnson. Then was runner-up at Whistling Straits to Jason Day. Jason Day, the last international winner of the PGA Championship. Won first 2 majors of the year. Arnold Palmer in 60, Nicklaus in 72, Tiger Woods in 2002, and Jordan Spieth 2015. It has only happened 4 times in the last 66 years, which is pretty crazy. Ned, got a beat on this?
This is one of the most readable putts I've seen all week. It is just out to the right and straight down the fall line.
Can Rory go back to back for another birdie? Stays on the high side.
Scotty, that was a good putt.
Yeah, I think that's kind of that's the theme of the week on the greens. Is the little subtle breaks at this speed just make so much difference. Just right there, it just started like leaning to the right, and that was enough.
Xander inside 12 feet for birdie. Can he strike his first blow in this final round?
For my money, I'd like to see this one at drip pace as it just crawls in the front right edge.
Yeah, should be really fast.
One last look, Schauffele rolling it right edge.
Another difficult read and another putt. Just they're close, but if they don't go in the middle, they ain't going in.
Schauffele in neutral the first 3 holes. Par at 1, par at 2. At a par at 3.
Which actually is a step up for him from what he's done previously the first 3 days, so maybe he's okay.
Glass half full, Scott, for Plank today.
Well, listen, this is where the course begins for him.
How's this 4th hole?
Well, back into the wind. The bunkers on the left are not in play for anybody, but another sloping fairway left to right, so you've got to keep it. It's almost another one of those holes where you need to kind of draw it into the hill as fast as the fairways are running out. If you do hit the fairway, none of the hole locations here are easy, but this one is somewhat accessible. If you have an iron up the fairway line, you can get in around this hole.
Rory McIlroy with the honor once again. It's hit back-to-back fairways off the tee. One of the tougher holes at Aronimink, over par for the field.
Yeah, and back into the wind.
And they've dialed the fan up a little bit. This was a full club, maybe a little bit more. Imperative to hit the fairway at the 4th. Both sides flanked with some bad, deep, nasty rough, especially down the left.
It'll keep hooking a little bit. It might be okay.
Laser from McIlroy.
Yeah, that is deep.
How good was that 8-pack? 77 feet. You love the different different windows that Rory is able to hit his driver.
Yeah, that was awesome. And now it's set up perfectly.
Schauffele to follow suit.
And some of the critical tee shots today, several of them are going to be right back into the breeze. And that shot that Rory just deployed is exactly what you need. And that's exactly what Xander was working on when he was warming up today.
Turning a little to the left. Another beauty. Stay right there. Yeah, perfect.
Both guys ripping it off the tee on the 4th. Can play offensive golf now on this difficult par 4 as they're trying to chase down the Wanamaker. Here's what we have on ESPN Plus and the ESPN app. Featured holes 13, 16, and 17. Aaron Rai, Ludwig Oberg. And we're watching here on feature group number 1, Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele. McIlroy at 4 under, Schauffele at 3. A new co-leader at the top. Alex Smalley is at 6 under. Through the first, Matty Schmid made an opening bogey. He's fallen back to 3 under. Jon Rahm, birdie on 1 and 2. He's tied Smalley at 6 under par.
Well, that's, if you're 4 under par starting the day, that's how you'd like to start. Make birdie 1, birdie 2. They're the easier holes, and he's taking advantage of them.
He was right there with 6 holes to go a year ago before fading, finishing T7. Rahm has won a Masters, a U.S. Open. And he's talked about it this week. He wants to become the first player from Spain to win the PGA Championship. It would have so many similarities to 1962. Gary Player winning the 3rd leg of the career Grand Slam, and Aronimink Golf Club, first international winner. Rahm wanting to become the first international winner since 2015. And then if he got it done today, would go to the Open later this year, trying to complete the career Grand Slam.
Yeah, which would be a great honor to be the first Spaniard to win the PGA. But I mean, his game is built for an Open. I mean, big, strong, low ball flight when he wants it. I mean, he's kind of re-emerging of the player that he's capable of being.
It is interesting how many guys, and Justin Thomas making a charge 5 under through 16. Ned, you know we have the big 2. With Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy winning 4 of the last 5 majors. It seems like with Justin Thomas, Xander Schauffele, Jon Rahm, if any of those guys won today to get their 3rd major, then they really plant their flag. And I'd even say probably more so with Schauffele and Jon Rahm as the legitimate part of a big 3 right now.
Even more reason to come out on top today, because you're right. And golf needs it. It's fun when you have a dominant world number one, but it's also a little bit more intriguing because they're such different personalities. So when you have 3 or 4 players who are always vying for the big titles, you get fans supporting each one. Kind of like rooting for your team.
Ned, this has got to be a green light right here. The only mistake is going long.
Well, you said it all when you said it right there. The 20 paces on. You can land this at about 130 yards if you flight it properly, but take a big bounce. These are the ones he was struggling with earlier in the week, though. He's getting too high.
It's lofted up pretty high and a little too far right. Not a great shot. Kind of got caught up in the breeze there, didn't it?
Again, I was expecting that trajectory 20 feet lower. I think he was expecting it as well. He was trying to hit a trappy draw, and it just face stayed open and it hung out to the right.
Yeah, kind of ballooned.
Ned, this is a whole location you can get at.
Well, this is a gap wedge for Rory, and it's right in his wheelhouse. This one likely carries all the way to the cup.
Rory left that one out to the right.
Yeah, same shot. Not horrible, but not really in birdie position. So when you have these wedges in, you'd like to take advantage.
Both guys on the green, but would be content with 2-putt pars from where they ended up on the 4th. So how about this? The standard bearer. What a spot to be, to walk with Xander Schauffele and Rory McIlroy. Joe Dooley from nearby Doylestown, Pennsylvania, served in the U.S. Navy for 30 years as an E9 Master Chief. Joe has been involved with the PGA Hope program in the Philadelphia section for 5 years. He's now a squad leader for one of the Philadelphia Hope chapters, helping introduce other veterans to the program. This past Monday, he competed as a member of the Philadelphia sections team in the Secretary's Cup. His wife is from Northern Ireland. They were traveling over there in 2 weeks because his father-in-law turns 100 on June 1st. Joe Dooley was so excited that he could be the standard bearer for Rory McIlroy today. PGA Hope nationwide has positively impacted over 65,000 veterans at more than 600 program locations. What a Sunday for Joe Dooley to get to walk with Xander Schauffele and Rory McIlroy.
Cool story. Very cool.
And it's not just the golf fans from Northern Ireland who are cheering on Rory McIlroy today.
No, the Philly fanatics are all behind him. Well, 45 feet for Xander and 39 feet for Rory. So not great shots, but you just never know.
A little underwhelming, that's for sure, but you can't feel the wind as well in that 4th fairway. So perhaps they misgauged just how strong it was and which direction it was really going to hit the ball. When 2 players of this caliber end up in the same place, there's something that's fooled them that neither one of them anticipated.
I would agree.
In the beginning of the week, this would have been a putt. Players would have challenged to get to the hole. It would have been difficult, but now they've made the adjustments. They know the speed. It's uphill, and it should fade towards the left side of the green.
Yeah, into the grain the whole way until the very end. Excellent.
Got it there.
Yeah, great putt right there.
Schauffele will go ahead and close out his par. Will that help McIlroy much with his read? Haven't seen what Schauffele just did. Ned, watching that putt from Schauffele, how much will that help McIlroy?
The speed a little less than the line. He's on a slightly different angle, so Rory's is going to break more.
But seeing a putt from that kind of area gives you a better idea on the speed.
Especially the last 4 feet. That's really what you're paying attention to.
Right.
McIlroy 39 feet out. Birdie putt. Gets there.
Good putt. Both of them hit good putts. It's just a lot to ask from that distance. But no harm.
He overread it. He was thinking that was going to work left.
I'm more and more convinced about the 12th green being a magnet on these putts, because that one should have broke a little more and it just didn't.
Here's what's on tap for Rory McIlroy on the par 3 5th hole, Scott.
Well, 179 yards. The wind's left to right, not maybe hurting just a touch, but it sets up pretty nicely to hit just kind of that wind-controlled draw, and it kind of will feed back into this area where the hole location is. Now, reading the 4 or 5 foot putts, that's a different problem. But I wouldn't be shocked if these guys got it in there with makeable putts.
Fifth hole, it's been rather stingy when it comes to birdies. Ton of pars, but you have 7 birdies on the day, 8 bogeys and a double, 58 pars.
Well, the back left pin, I mean, you're going to have to stand up there and hit the shot and go for it, because if you get in the little bowl, you're going to end up close, but if you're a little bit right or a little left, it's working away from the hole. So kind of what a major championship is. If you can stand up there and hit the shot, you got a real chance to make a birdie.
It all depends on if it is a perfect number for one of your mid irons. Then you can be aggressive.
Yeah.
Yes, agree. You'd always like to have perfect numbers for all your iron shots, but it doesn't happen. But I would think it'd be a big help here.
179 downhill 4 yards. Let's call it 175. A little bit of breeze up there. Probably a 180 shot long. Well, that's where bogeys are made. We're going to find out where Rory is mentally. How aggressive does he want to be?
Bogey day!
McIlroy
Needs to get left.
that middle spine, does it catch the ridge?
Okay, but not now. He's up and over for this putt, so it's all right.
There's a leaderboard to the right of the 4th green, and neither player even considered looking at it. Head down. It's all business right now.
Well, they haven't really done anything to make a difference on it yet, so.
But John Rahm is.
Yeah,
That's a name.
that is definitely a name.
Big 8 iron for Xander.
I mean, when he's playing good, this should be a really good shot for him. It's a good setup.
Further left than Rory's ball.
Hit the hill. Okay. 179 yards. 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 179 yards
He's hit the first 5 greens. Another birdie putt coming up for Rory McIlroy. He's 2 back of Alex Smalley and Jon Rahm.
I try to downplay it as best as I can. You know, I realize that there's a lot of great players in this golf tournament.
Been consistently in the majors the last 3 or 4 years. Been able to learn from that, knowing that my game is good enough.
It's a course that suits me. It's, you know, I'm pretty solid out of the rough. The fairways are tough to hit here, but I'm a solid rough player, and I think then you can score.
The wind may dry the greens out a little bit as well as the day goes on, but it's already playing extremely hard.
There's a lot of things that can happen. I just have to stay where my feet are, try to be as present as possible, just try and take it one shot at a time and try to hit the best shot that is in front of me. It's kind of the goal.
Alex Smalley stands alone. Jon Rahm a bogey on the 3rd. He's tied with Ludwig Oberg and Justin Thomas, who's playing the last. Thomas 5 under on the round, but it is Alex Smalley par his first 2 holes. The 29-year-old in his 5th year on the PGA Tour has never been in a spot like this before, trying to close out the biggest championship of his golfing career. Rory McIlroy, one of those who is only 2 back for birdie on 5. Ned?
Big bender up and over her spine, and then it runs away from you like you're chasing it.
Heck of a roll.
Great speed, just a little too far from the hole to really expect to make it.
Justin Thomas just made a huge par putt on the last, fist pumping, much to the delight of the crowd. It's a Sunday 65, so he has posted the clubhouse lead for now at 5 under par.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great par save, but you never know. I mean, the way we were fooled the first 3 days on the scoring, so I would assume someone's going to get better than that, but how do you know?
Schauffele.
This should be a good look here, right, Ned?
Subtle swinger right to left.
Yeah, just get the speed right.
Just popped off the face to the left. Never had a chance. Was not high enough.
Thomas was 7 back when he won in 2022. Won that in a playoff. Was 6 back coming into the final round today. And history repeat itself as he tries to win his 3rd career PGA Championship.
Not much to it. Solid par.
The pars are piling up for Xander Schauffele. Short par 4-6.
Well, this has been a hole that they've been taking advantage of, particularly yesterday, with the hole location being fairly easy. Today is a little tighter on that front right. So if you're going to hit driver, well, Rory drove the green here yesterday. Of course, he would love to do that again. I don't think it's quite as much help from the wind, but if you're hitting driver, you're going to really have to hit a special shot to have any angle to this hole. So wouldn't shock me if one or both of them maybe laid back a little further to have a full number in where they can spin it.
Another one of the easy holes at Aronimink. Yeah, do you think Rory has more fireworks in store here at 6?
I do. I think he's going to have to take a little time here. The wind was so much stronger yesterday that he really does need to put his thinking cap on. And you can see here he and Harry Diamond doing all the math.
And he's going with 3-wood. I mean, I really, Ned, you know where the hole location is. I really think this is the right play, because if you get a wedge, sand wedge in your hand, these guys are, you know, you expect to hit it pretty close.
And I also think it's situational. He was chasing hard yesterday, and thus the driver, it's risky if you take the driver on. That's only 18 yards wide and between the bunkers that flank the fairway.
Well, yeah, and if you hit it right with driver, you're totally done.
Exactly, and he's only a couple of shots back, so why take the risk?
Turn of events for McIlroy.
I don't like it.
Flares that 3-wood into the bunker.
Not good.
It looked like it stayed out of the bunker. We'll have to see when we get up there. You all might have a better view than I.
It kind of looked like it jumped into the bunker to me, which, in all honesty, that'd be better than staying in the rough.
You'd much rather have it in the bunker, because the way the bunkers are raked, everything rolls down into the flat.
Second poor swing by McIlroy with a 3-wood off the tee. Saw it at 1, saw it at 6. Only 2 missed fairways have been with 3-woods.
Yeah, and that is not the recipe for going deep.
Bet fans are wondering, you had throttled driver yesterday, drove it on and 2-putted for birdie, and today you go with 3-wood.
Yeah, Xander's going with driver.
He's at just about 10 yards right of where Rory's came to rest. That's the line.
It's got to carry. Schauffele does. That is huge.
That'll be interesting to see how much room he has to kind of weasel that one up there.
Well, Xander, who's one of the bigger hitters on the PGA Tour, has a familiar pre-shot routine with more. Let's go to PGA of America HQ at Joe Hallett.
Watching Xander hit that one, I love what you see with Xander in his pre-shot routine. Sometimes he does it behind the ball as he's looking down the fairway, but you'll see him take this long, extended kind of one piece from the club head up to his arm. And then as he gets over the ball, you'll see Xander rehearse this a couple of times. Now that, from a high level, helps you kind of keep the club on a good path, and it keeps control of the club face. For many of our average golfers that we see out there, we see a lot of this going on right at the beginning of the ball. And I got to tell you, if you think you're going to return it square and hit a straight shot, you don't believe in miracles when you're doing this, you might want to start believing in miracles. A good way to practice this is to split your hands apart to get the idea of what Xander is doing. So he doesn't do that, but for the average player, you can split your hands apart a little bit, and you're going to be able to practice that takeaway. When you get up over that, you have the idea, you have the path, you have the pace of exactly what you need to do. split your grip and you might just split the fairway like Xander did.
With Xander's body of work, as we're watching him on the tee again, you see how often he regrips, then he does the extension, almost Mike Weir-esque. Once he starts the sequence, it is a good-looking golf swing.
Oh, it's fantastic. I don't think he really loved that one, though. It must not have been, it definitely wasn't the low heater that he was probably needing.
Might have been off the hill a little bit, but he was.
But he's okay.
Carry everything. Schauffele, 330-yard tee shot on the 6th. Has hit every green. And now, he was 2 for 4 coming into this hole, now 3 for 5. And that's the difference. Schauffele is just 37 yards to the pin. Rory McIlroy in the fairway bunker. I get the rationale you guys were saying for the 3-wood. Rory's best game is offensive golf. And to me, I don't get, you hit such a great drive on 2. Ned not hitting driver again.
It's interesting that you pointed out that only 2 fairways he's missed with 3-wood. Fortunate here not to be in the sand, actually, because he's drawn a beautiful lie just on the upslope past the bunker.
Okay.
And that's some of the most coarse, prickly grass. So if it goes to the bottom, it's a sincere problem. But his is actually perched up. He's got some air under the ball. That's all the good news. The bad news is clearly he's not going to be able to put any spin on it. So if he's going to get this close, he's going to have to take it straight to the clouds. And if he catches a jumper, he's obviously got a lot of room past the flag here. This is just one, I think, Scott, you take your medicine, you try to get it 25 feet past the hole, make your par, maybe you make a long one.
Yeah, does he even have an angle?
There is no angle to this flag.
That's what I was thinking. So he really basically has got to go left of the television tower and maybe hope for a lucky bounce or something.
Center of the green. If you're playing defensively, don't even think about this flag. He does need to get it past hole high, however.
Must have heard something. He's going to step off and reset.
It was just 285 yards to carry the bunker on this line. He carries that through at normally 295. That was seriously mishit. This will come out hot.
Just trying to judge the distance. Pretty well done. That's a great picture right there. You can see there's just nothing around that hole location. There's no place to land it. Very difficult to get it in there close.
There's the downswing and the action through the ball for McIlroy.
Yep, having to get really steep and on top of it to just have it plop out of there.
Schauffele pacing it off with how far he pushed it down there off the tee.
Ned, does he have any angle?
I'm just thinking, how in the world can he get it inside of 10 feet?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about this whole location. A little gimmicky for my taste, but 8 paces on, but the shoulder of that front bunker curls all the way almost to the flag. So if he lands it short, it'll ricochet. If he flies it, it'll bounce.
I mean, maybe you just go like 3 steps left of it, landing it short of the green, and trickle it on. That's what he's trying to do. He got a great bounce, great shot.
Great chance for birdie. Crafty by Schauffele.
I mean, excellent shot. That was the danger of hitting driver, but he's good enough to have that little, plays it perfectly. Nice hard bounce to the right.
9.5 feet out. Leader Smalley in some trouble on the 3rd.
Yeah, Xander just a little knockdown 1 bounce short of the green.
Wow, Smalley just rolled it in from 26 feet for par on 3. So the lead still 6.
That stuff happens sometimes.
You have 5 players tied at 5 under par, a shot back. That's McIlroy at 4 and Schauffele at 3.
How about the imagination from Xander? That was almost a cut, spinning Scottish scuttler. I don't know what that was, but that was art.
Yeah, it was really good. He almost had the, I mean, he needed the ball to kick to the right when it first hit, and then he got it, which is pretty impressive.
Uncomfortable putt coming for Rory. Has one subtle wave between he and the hole, about 6 feet in front of him, that will influence this as it works to the front of the green. But the last 8 feet, it's going to come off that front bunker and go the opposite direction.
McIlroy on the way.
Another good effort, but, you know, 35, 40 feet, you're asking a lot.
McIlroy a third of the way through this final round. Bogey free, 1 under. Can Schauffele join him at 4, 2 back of Smalley?
Trevino always said he liked downhill putts, especially under pressure, because he didn't have to hit the ball very hard, didn't have to make much of a stroke. That's exactly what you have here with Xander. If he gets it on the right line, the correct line, it will get to the hole and absolutely find the bottom of the cup.
Yeah, maybe right edge type putt.
I'm giving it right edge, and if you hit with any pace, it's inside.
Be wise not to hit it with a ton of pace.
Xander Schauffele has the cruelest of lip outs on the 6. He even has to smile and laugh.
Man, it was, I guess it was going too fast. Caught a lot of hole there. I thought that was going in, no problem.
Did a 180 lip out. Par number 6 for Schauffele.
I mean, just barely rolling, perfect speed. That's kind of what we've seen all week, though. I mean, guys having a hard time converting. The makeable putts have been very difficult to convert.
Hasn't been the friendliest of cups at Aronimink Golf Club. Par 4 7th, can be decision time off the tee as well.
Yeah, I would think these guys are going to bomb driver, because it's, you know, it may be a little bit into the wind, but they can carry the stuff on the right, and it's kind of in left to right too, so that helps you just start it down the middle, and it'll carry up there and roll down there to the bottom. Pins on the back, which generally kind of is easier for a downhill shot, but as we've seen, George, I still haven't found an easy hole location yet. Any of them.
You're not finding it here. 4.28 stroke average. The 3rd toughest hole.
And that's got to be it's the hardest fairway to hit for the week. So if you're coming out of the rough, very difficult to get it around this hole location. Kind of like that's been the theme of the week.
Ned, you get maybe lulled into a false sense of security the first 6, but then these next 2 get your full attention, 7 and 8.
Guys, could you just move a little bit further this way? Like a few yards, I'm going to be over here. Good. Thank you.
And you can take yourself out of contention with a bad swing here. If you block it to the right and you get caught up in those hummocks with all the hair on the deep grass, you can make a number that's crooked. Left is the miss here because we've seen it all week. You can, over the hardwoods and where the gallery packs down the grass, you can finagle something and find a 4. But to the right, that's where the bogeyman lives.
Rory.
Needs it to carry.
Aggressive line. Did you have eyes on that one, Ned?
I did. It was the farthest right that I've seen anybody on a line, and it sounded like it clattered in the oaks.
Yeah, it looked like it was a little too far right. So interesting to see where that one ends up.
Xander has the horsepower to take it down that right side and over the trouble, but it just doesn't make any sense to bring it in play.
No, I think you got to work it off the trees on the left.
Absolutely.
That's what he did. That should be ideal.
Perfect shot shape for this hole. He's walking after it.
Down the hill, just stay in a decent lie, maybe in the first cut. Anyway, that's why this fairway's been so hard to hit. He just pummeled it right down the middle, and it probably ended up missing the fairway barely.
Camber from right to left makes it a challenging one to hold. McIlroy loose to the right. We're going to have to figure out what type of lie he has as he is in the hunt. 2 back. Schauffele trails by 3.
You can watch the final round coverage on CBS, is airing right now, of the 108th PGA Championship. But if you stay with us, you get to watch probably the best group on the golf course of Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele. That's who I'd be watching if I was out here walking around. And here comes Rory. Ned, could you find Rory's ball? Oh, hang on a second. Let's go for the feature groups and holes that are available on our ESPN app. You got holes 13, 16, and 17 to watch your favorite players. Or you can watch our coverage here with Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele. We also have Aaron Rai and Ludwig Oberg on feature group 2. And here's the log jam at the top. Alex Smalley just made a tremendous par putt, 26-footer, to stay at 6 under. Justin Thomas put up a very low round of 65. don't know if that's enough, but you never know. John Rahm, Cameron Smith, Oberg, Aaron Rai, Nick Taylor, all at 5 under par. I thought it was bunched up when we started today. I think it might even be more bunched up now. I mean, these guys are literally one swing away from the whole scoreboard turning around and flipping upside down.
Wait till you see where Rory's ended up. He just took everything out of play. Right over the trees down the right side, all the way through the fairway. He could throw it on the green underhanded.
Does he have a decent lie?
His is not quite as good as Xander's. Xander's has got a real beauty where it's perched up and it's down grain. Rory's is into the blades, and he's below the putting surface with a poor angle.
Well, I guess that's why we couldn't follow it off the tee. It went way over where everybody was looking.
And I thought I heard it clip a couple of branches, but it didn't slow it down if it did.
I think that was breaking the sound barrier, is what you heard.
Rory hit his tee shot nearly went 400 yards, 388 yards.
It's remarkable.
And back into the breeze, just to make us all feel a little worse about ourselves.
Oh boy.
Xander, ball above his feet on a slight down slope.
Yeah. Correct. Mid.
Kind of like spinning, looking with no spin. I mean,
Looks like from this angle he's got to carry at least halfway onto the green
72 is like right on the flat.
to get it to release back to this hole. Wouldn't you say, Ned?
I would agree. If he wants to get aggressive, he can.
Well,
the lie is that good.
Okay, well, then he ought to take it right back there and land it pretty close to it.
This is all feel, though, right? It's just inside of, or just outside of 90 yards, 2 paces past. This is just years and years of practice, seeing the shot, landing it where you want.
Yeah, this 92 is a good one. That's you can get some good control on the spin, I would think.
Should bank from right to left.
Bringing it in there. Trying.
That's all right. McIlroy, longest drive of the day on the 7th.
How much green does he have to work with here, Ned?
None.
None.
Longest drive of the day, and you're rewarded with this smelly little squeaky thing. He's got to go out towards Xander's ball, especially given the lie.
He's looking over there to the right.
There is a spine that he can use.
Did he get enough of it? Yeah. Came out pretty hot.
Ends up by Xander. It shows the difference. If he had ended up on the right rough, you have a much better angle than where he had to play from the intermediate cut on the left side.
Yeah, the way the golf course is playing, it's turning. I mean, it's obviously been a great major championship venue, but it's turning into angles as much as anything now, kind of like playing at Augusta. You know, it doesn't matter how close or far away you are. It depends on if you have the right angle to get around the hole. And you're in where those two guys were, you're not getting around the hole. I don't think that guys were thinking that was going to be that as important as it is now. It's kind of my read on why the scores aren't lower.
Well, I think Rory has likely changed his opinion from earlier in the week, George, when his game plan was just driver everywhere. Or at least the strategy of where he needs to hit the driver.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, hit 388-yard drive and he basically had nothing.
So shot link is Schauffele 26 feet 1 inch. Rory McIlroy 26 feet as well, but 10 inches. So it should be McIlroy first, but not sure how these guys are gonna.
It will be Rory. We don't need to flip a tee like he and Bryson were
Discussing.
contemplating at Augusta or calling a rules official. It's Rory. If you make this one, it's just kind of lucky. You get your speed right, you send it down there, and you hope it hits the mark. Subtleties between he and the hole are everywhere. It'll likely kick right the first few feet, but Scott, beyond that, it's just in the hands of the gods from there. This one is.
Yeah, I mean, our cheat sheet on the greens, it should go a little bit left, but like you said, you got to hit it easy. And I know what past the hole it starts going away from you, so you don't want any part of that either.
McIlroy had the line.
Sure did. Just the past the hole showed just a hair too much respect.
Fifth straight par for Rory after the birdie on 2.
And it's tracking just perfectly. You know, you've been there, done that, George. You know, if you goose it just a little, it's not going to stop 1.5 feet past. It's going to go on another 5 or 6 feet. And that's obviously what you do not want to have, especially from 27 feet. It's a little bit of luck if you make that.
Xander was an interested student in the last few feet of that putt.
Xander wouldn't mind a little helping from Lady Luck with this birdie putt.
I don't know if he got it there either.
These guys combined have 1 birdie on the card for McIlroy. Back on 2.
Yeah.
But no bogeys.
And you know, and McIlroy's picked up a shot, and Schauffele stayed the same. So far, there hasn't been a lot of birdies this afternoon. Yeah, this weekend, this golf course is played kind of like a U.S. Open or a British Open, where you go off early in the day and the weather's better and you can really tear it up. But as soon as the sun gets up and the wind starts blowing, I thought we might even have some lower scores this afternoon, but the way it's shaping up, the ground's so hard and the greens are so fast, guys are going to continue to struggle.
Speaking of struggling, this is the hardest hole in this final round, the par 3/8.
Yeah, downhill 216 yards, left to right, a little bit in. I was watching earlier, if you go at this hole, it won't stay on the green. I mean, basically it lands on a downslope and it's gone, and it rolls over there pretty close to the 10th green, if not on it. So when I was watching earlier in the week, left of this whole location, about 15, 20 feet, it'll start at the very end, it'll start kind of feeding down towards the hole. So you just can't be that aggressive here.
Almost as many others as birdies today. 3.36 stroke average.
Yeah, this is one of those hole locations that guys would be complaining about. I just don't know how you're going to get it close. You hit the perfect shot, and if it hits over the bunker on line, it's gone.
Hasn't that pretty much been every hole location I think this week?
It's like I said, I don't know if there are any easy hole locations on these greens, unless you're in the trough like on this hole. If they put it in the trough in the middle where the ball would feed to it, it might be pretty flat there, but other than that, there's not any spots.
Well, PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. Cameron Young did something that I hadn't seen all week when he came through the par 3/8. You don't quite have a double green here at the 8th with the 10th, but there's, call it 7 to 10 yards worth of fringe in that fairway cut between the 2 holes. And if you put your tee shot on 10 playing the 8th, you can't play it off the 10th green. You have to take a drop. So he hit his tee shot as Rory stares off in the distance at the par 3 8th. Cameron Young hit his tee shot onto the 10th, took a drop, and got up and down and saved par.
I saw that. Yeah, so that has been the local rule. They don't want taking divots on somebody else's green.
Ned, what are the spots coming up where Rory McIlroy, and I know you have to pick and choose when you can be aggressive and make up ground. How do you read the next 5 holes from next stretch here from 8 to call it 13?
On 8, if you could take your 3 right now and go directly to the 9th tee, you would. That's mission number 1. And then you get up on the 9th and you tee it high and you just lace one down there and you try to take advantage of the par 5. You're back into the breeze at 10. And as Scott said at the beginning of the show, once you get through 10, then you look at the leaderboard. And then you see what you need to do.
Ken Brown, one of the best in the business on this whole location and how it's playing for this final round at the PGA Championship.
But the tee is forward again today, but it's an elevated tee, which always is difficult if you're playing down to a green, particularly if the wind is in your face. And the flag today, not on the left as it was yesterday, is down the right side. Long, wide green. And it's always a tricky par 3. It's the second hardest hole this week, and it'll be tricky today as well. And I've just marked some things on the green. Now, with the pin on the right, the green runs away from you on the right, and here is your safe shot. Play at the centre of the green. It's the widest point, and you've got a bit of a back stop at there. So there you've got a chance of holding the green. Then you have to 2-putt from here. If you're going to go for the flag, well, it's a different story. You've got to land it and hold it by the flag. You've got to land it in an area not much bigger than this. On the little upslope, kill it and hope it skips over and runs down. If you carry another 2 or 3 yards, it'll skid on. And this is the upturn walk. Anywhere around this green, if you're not quite right, you'll just see it just trickles off, no matter what happens. Obviously goes and down there, over there, and over the back's very tricky. So it's upturn, very difficult. Here's a narrow portion of green. It's so easy to slip over the back if you go for it. If you land on the little upslope, you've got half a chance. It's a little bit dependent on the wind direction. It keeps swirling around. If the wind's a little bit into the players, they can probably hit a high cut and land it softly. But if it isn't, it's straight across. Ooh, this is a difficult pin.
And I think the field would agree that it is a difficult pin today for the final round.
Yeah, it is. This hole has been a bear all week. I mean, regardless of the wind direction.
We're watching one of the other feeds as well. Pretty cool to see 54-year-old Padraig Harrington, the 2008 PGA champion at Oakland Hills, finished his week eagle, par, birdie, a 69. He posts 1 under overall, 5 back of Alex Smalley.
Remarkable. Finishing 3-3-3 on this golf course at 54 years old to finish under par. That's doing something.
Have you seen enough out of Rory the first 7 holes to think that he can find that next gear and chase down all these guys in between him and the leader, Smalley?
Yes. I mean, you know, I agree with what Ned said. Just make a 3 on this hole and get to the next one. And if he drives it well with his driver, you might want to forget about the 3-wood the rest of the day. I mean, if he can get his wedges dialed in, he's got chances. He just has not been able to get it close to the hole. But this is not the hole you're going to catch up. You're not going to win. You could lose the hole in this tournament, but you're more than likely not winning it on this hole.
Well, Rory McIlroy and Harry Diamond had a lengthy conversation. Rory had the club in his hand, and he's just been standing in solitude, eyeballing the task in front of him.
Well, at this point, as the caddy, there's nothing he can do.
Well,
they've decided this is our plan. See if we can execute it.
handed him the 7-iron, and they haven't said a word to each other since.
Straight left to right?
Correct.
Maybe a touch in, but not a lot.
Let's go, Giants!
This is right at it.
Sounds good. And that's an excellent shot. That's where you. That's where Ken Brown said you had to hit it, and I think that's correct.
Be another crack at birdie for McIlroy.
A long one, but it's just not a birdie hole.
Here's Schauffele.
6-iron.
I could see him maybe trying to hit a little bit of a cut in here.
It's the highest golf shot I've seen all week. That was straight to the clouds.
Yep. And it got caught up.
Let's go, Xander, baby. Show who you are, baby.
Just enough wind in to hold that one up.
See what Schauffele can do with his short game. These three back is Smalley, Rory, McIlroy within 2. Justin Thomas in the house playing wait and see with a share of second at 5 under par. There's Rocky, frozen mid-celebration, the everyman who went the distance this week in Aronimink. Someone's going the distance for the Wanamaker. Welcome back on ESPN Plus. Already looking ahead to next year with the PGA Championship after more than 60 years. The PGA Championship making its historic return to the Dallas-Fort Worth area in 2027. Join us next May at the home of PGA of America in Frisco as we welcome the strongest field in golf back to the Lone Star State. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. First of 2 trips scheduled for the PGA Championship to PGA Frisco in 2027 and 2034. What's Schauffele facing here on 8, Ned?
Well, guys, I'm not able to get over there and take a look at the lie, just given the situation between the 10th and the 8th, and they like us to kind of stay over here to the left, so I can't report on the lie. If it's clean.
It is clean from what we're seeing in the bunker.
Well, he won't be able to see anything. Maybe the top of the flag needs to fly at a good 12 feet out of the bunker, and then it should hit the skid plate and get right at the flag. What he cannot afford to do is go long.
Yeah, he's trying to. His practice swing says he's going to try to put a little extra spin on this, maybe a little extra height. did. See if it comes out good. Beautiful. That was brilliant right there, George. I mean, you could see his rehearsal there. He was going to really slap that sand and put a lot of spin on it. And that was a great shot.
Some shot making from Schauffele.
Yeah, and you know, it seems kind of boring, but they're not falling behind making pars. So kind of like usual, if one of these guys gets a 2 or 3 or 4 hole or 5 hole hot streak, that's how the tournament can be won or lost. And that goes for everybody that's 2 or 3 under or better.
And the hole locations, 6, 7, and 8. If you can get it inside of 15 feet, 20 feet on any of them, especially here on 8, if you can get it inside of 30 feet, those are fantastic golf shots. They've just got them tucked here in the front 9 today. Hopefully it gets a little bit more action on the back 9, because I'm telling you what, these fans, they are ready for it. Rory's going to wait for Justin Rose. How about Rose, by the way?
Yeah, just what a comeback and great playing yesterday. I saw him on the range and told him how proud we were of him for the first round 70. And then he, you know, how about that? Holing out on 9 to make the cut, which ended up making it by 2, and then going out yesterday and, you know, 30 on the front 9. Pretty impressive.
Very impressive.
If you had a young junior player, you'd sit him down and say, watch Thursday and Friday of Justin Rose. Watch the grind that he put together.
Yep, how to survive a major championship, and now he's 3 under par, headed to the back 9.
How tough is the 2-putt for McIlroy from 46 feet?
Well, his speed has been on point today. So the 2-putt feels like a guarantee. And there is a little valley. And he has found it nearly hole high. So it wanders from right to left and then will straighten out at the cup. Should not be carrying much speed when he gets to the hole.
It up there. That's a good illustration right there of how fast these greens really are getting and how dried out.
The speed control has been nice for McIlroy.
It has been very, very nice. It just needs to get closer.
Alex Smalley with some serious problems now on the 6th. Lying 3 short of that hole, has to get up and down. It's not even on the green yet for bogey.
You know, if the wind continues to blow or picks up, Justin Thomas is looking better and better.
He's going to be having deja vu from Southern Hills.
Yeah, deja vu all over again. Just a big putt for Xander here.
And he has it lined up just on top of that right edge.
Which should be correct. And it was.
Really well done by Schauffele. At Southern Hills, Justin Thomas posted 5 under and went to a playoff where he beat Will Zalatoris. Today has also posted 5 under. Was 7 back then, which tied the largest comeback in PGA Championship history. 6 back at the start of play today, which would be the 2nd largest comeback in PGA Championship history. If some crazy things happen later, McIlroy is to keep it at 4. Steady two-putt for McIlroy. Good scoring chance on the par 5 ninth, especially if you find the fairway. We just saw Xander Schauffele with that spectacular sand save, with more on hitting out of a greenside bunker. Let's check in once again with PGA of America coach Joe Hallett.
Gentlemen, this is going to be fun because the bunker is one of the scariest places for the average golfer. And I want to I don't mean to dispel a myth, but I want to explain something that they hear all the time. Oh, the sand takes the ball out of the bunker. Well, what I've got right here is a cup of sand with a ball in it. And to validate that, if I throw it, it comes out of the bunker. But I want you to keep this same cup, and I want you to have some fun doing this, all right? This is a little magic trick. We're just going to put the cup over the ball. Now, PGA Master Professional Dave Norman showed me this years ago, and I've loved it ever since. The goal is to miss the cup. Now, mind you, I've had a few students that miss it this way, but the goal is to go underneath the cup and miss it. So if I stand up here and I swing, took a little too much sand on that one. That might have actually been the venti at Starbucks. But once you get that idea, it doesn't matter what you're hitting out of the sand. You can pick anything out of the sand. You can get a little coffee pod. You could get some creamer. Whatever you're hitting, if you can hit the sand, it's going to come out of the bunker. I got half a cup of coffee up there, guys. I'm going to go and see what's happening.
Love to see that, Joe Hallett, and we'd love to see this from Xander Schauffele. This was exquisite.
Yeah, just perfect. Kind of brought it up a little steeper and a little longer because he knew he needed more spin and more height, and so that was fantastic. See how he held the face square the whole time too, so that it would maybe spin a little bit more.
What do we got here at the par 5 ninth?
Well, this is your best chance with a good drive. I was looking at the pin sheet. This is a very accessible hole location. If you've got a score, a club that you can reach the green with, the ball kind of funnels into this spot. Rory hits the fairway here. He's hitting 6-iron, maybe. And really, same with Xander. These guys can bomb it. There's probably going to have to keep it up the left of those bunkers that are down there at about 360 on the right. So fairway might play a little bit tighter for these guys than everybody else.
One name has disappeared from the leaderboard. Alex Smalley, a double bogey on the 6, while Matty Schmid, who bogeyed the opening hole, 3 birdies since. It is Matty Schmid leading by 1 at 6 under par. McIlroy trailing by 2 on the tee at the 9th.
Highest velocity wind that we've had all day. It's starting to crank up a little bit.
And literally straight down, right?
He may have left it out to the right a little bit. He's leaning.
Yeah, he needs a left kick.
Should miss him, and it does.
Oh, now he might have an 8-iron in.
Hammer time for McIlroy off the 9th tee.
Birdie time, boys. Birdie time.
379 yards, Ned.
In the air, thank you very much.
Well, same thing for Xander here. He might cut it. He might start it a little further left, but these guys know this is where. Get your 4 here. Get your 4 on 10, and then we're gonna decide what's gonna happen.
It's like Booge yesterday.
Right hip stalled out, and you could see the right shoulder went down, left shoulder went up, and he just.
And if he can catch a lie over there, he's fine.
You can do it. We saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
McIlroy, a huge tee shot off the 9th. He just has 208 in for his second to the par 5 next.
There's no more misunderstood idea in the world of competitive sports than legacy, because it means something different to every man, rooted in long ago ambitions and dreams.
Can't tell you what this means to me, an old man. If I say any more, I'm going to have tears in my eyes, really.
And so the true prize of a major championship isn't a sterling silver trophy or an enormous check, but something that lives in the distant mountain mist of tomorrow. What it means is a mystery, even to the golfer who wins it, and can only be revealed in time.
Your legacy is formed on the game's biggest stages, and this is one of those, the 108th PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Matty Schmid, 2 under through 6, has now grabbed control of the PGA Championship. Schmid has never won before on the PGA Tour, was the Sir Henry Cotton Award winner as the DP World Tour Rookie of the Year his time over there, then played his way onto the PGA Tour. Justin Thomas, that 5 under 65, has posted the low number in the clubhouse. Cameron Smith in the mix, major champion, he's one back. Nick Taylor one back, and then Rory McIlroy and John Rahm, who's now slid back to 4 under par, who was at once at 6 under. You have 5 players at 4 under par with Oberg, Rye, and Smalley.
Well, there's the golf course is winning again. There's bogeys to be made if you don't hit it on the button off the tee. So it's starting to thin out a little bit too. More guys are falling back. You know, if you're more than 3 under or less than 3 under right now, you're probably not in good shape. So it's kind of thinning out the guys that have a real chance to win. I would say a good swing right here should set up a fairly good opportunity for a birdie.
Let's see you mingling with the masses over there left of the fairway on the 9th.
I told them no applause, just throw money.
You'll sign autographs later after the round?
After the round, please.
Xander have anything?
Oh, yeah. And you get to use your rangefinder here, so it's making Austin's job easier. Let's see if we can't listen into the conversation.
Get it going, if I can get it going in the fairway, it's going to run. Just, you know, it's going to do the whole.
We need to land at least 30 short of the front. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Keep faint. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't think it's just not much height.
You know, 5? Favoring the 9 and the 10, like that kind of angle?
Yeah, almost on 6, just because it's more loft. I feel like you're going to, you know, I feel like this will help it up.
If you're worried about height, I think 6 is still.
I mean, 217 lands when you're all the way on the head. Straight down one. So, I mean, if you want to kind of have a little more cut on it, and that's why I don't mind that 5. You just got to favor it a little more left. If it runs through, we need to be on that left side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hard to really cut, you know what I mean? I don't know the whole, but.
Yeah, like 217.
And let's cover this bunker go like 175.
Another 10 on that. 144 is the lip, so 154 plus another 5, so 160 for sure covering all that.
You fine with a 5?
I'm okay with it, like I said. You just gotta bring it down between, like, just right at that 9, so like I said, it's broken.
Okay.
If it hits, 40 yards short, it's that close. It's going to chase all the way up the roof.
Okay.
You know, they're playing a massive jumper here. You could hear him trying to land it 20, 30 yards short of the green, which I think would be plenty if it comes out hot.
Good as Ned's bird's eye view to the right as he's watching Schauffele. Trying to chase it on.
As long as it's left of the hole, it should be okay. Over. But that's not bad. Everything kind of funnels down to where this hole location is, and we can still see the ball, so maybe all right.
Ned, what do you think of that one?
That was a 5-iron, and it just had a big blade right behind it and caught a jumper. Now McIlroy on the other side of the fairway, just outside of 200. Remember, though, it plays a good 12 yards uphill from here.
Go right at the 9.
Can Rory put his stamp on this PGA Championship, and that comes up short.
Which is not horrible, but you got to come up and over that little false front there, so that adds a little bit of doubt into how it's going to finish out rolling.
Got a quote for you. Justin Thomas, who's posted 5 under par. He's waiting. He said, "I don't know if there's an art to waiting. It's happened to me before. Hartford, Connecticut 1 year. Same year Furyk shot 58. I had a buddy out watching me. We went in the clubhouse. I had shot a 61 or 62 and posted a number. Didn't think I could win it. Probably had 4 or 5 beers at lunch. Next thing you know, it's 2.5 hours later. I'm still the leader in the clubhouse. Wind's blowing 20. Leaders are on like 15. Jimmy Johnson, who was my caddy at the time, is at a Subway an hour and a half away. He's texting me, what do we do now? I've never not wanted to be in a playoff before. I didn't want to be in a playoff then. Wouldn't have been a good situation. He did end up being in a playoff. Russell Knox won it. So I'm not going to do that. I promise you that, as he's waiting today at Aronimink Golf Club to see what happens with those at 5 or the leader, Matty Schmidt.
So he's not in there like shotgunning a couple beers.
He's not hammering beers right now.
Great round at the AJT.
Watching CBS and ESPN Plus and the ESPN app.
Yeah, this will be a long wait. I mean, gosh, I didn't go back and look at what time he teed off, but it had to be 10:30, maybe.
(10:55 a.m. Eastern Time was when Justin Thomas teed off with Aldrich Potgieter. He was 1 over through 4. Responded from 5 on, playing his last 14 holes in 6 under par to go from 1 under for the championship to post 5 under and be a potential threat.
The way things are going, you just never know. I mean, birdies are hard to come by, and some of these holes, pars are hard to come by. So, I mean, Matty Schmidt's 2 under, and he's lapping the field, which only puts him 1 shot ahead of where JT finished. So, quite a golf tournament now.
Of the players inside the top 10 who are out on the course, Cameron Smith, the best round, 3 under through 12. The next best round today, Matty Schmidt, 2 under through 6.
And other than that, 1 under is the best round.
Everyone else,
a few guys.
You got a bunch of guys. Nick Taylor 1 under through 7. Rory McIlroy 1 under through 8. Goddard, Ben Griffin, Justin Rose, all 1 under on the backside. Xander Schauffele's at even. Ryan Oberger 1 over today.
Well, Ned, the lie didn't look too bad here. What'd you think?
8 out of 10, maybe 7.5. But
not a difficult shot, right?
No, not at all. I think that you just must commit to what you want to do here. The pitch shots that he's had around the green today have mainly been upstairs. This one, to me, is a low one that runs all the way to the flag. Use gravity, use the slope to your advantage.
Right, and just try to get the right touch, because it should kind of gather to this whole location. And I think he did pretty well.
Couple holes in a row. Schauffele showing off with his short game. Sand save on 8. Potential up and down for birdie to get to 4. 2 behind Schmidt.
As Ned described it, just kind of plop it out of there and just let the ball release. No spin on it. This is all how much you practice and how good your feel is. And for these guys, that's right up their alley.
Rory with putter net.
And he's in this valley right between the 2 big swales on the right and the left side of the green. He didn't even think about going with the wedge. It was straight to the putter. And you just have to be a little bit controlled here. Get your heart rate down, because this is one that you definitely can make.
It's just all about the speed over that first little spine. slow down.
Scott, that's the one thing you didn't want to do was run it past the hole, but it was so makeable. It was so delicious looking that it's hard not to give it a wrap.
Yeah, but that, you're right. That is not where you wanted to leave it. So it'll take all his skill to make this downhill left to righter that everybody's, you know, everybody all week has been struggling with.
Will be a make or break type putt for Rory McIlroy on the 9th.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it'd be totally breaking him, but it would sure be nice to make this one.
You have to think those behind him, in his mind, will all make birdie, if not someone make a 3. He'll definitely understand the situation. Huge leaderboard just to the right side of the green as you walk up, but neither player has bothered yet, Scott, as you pointed out at the beginning of our show, to even consider taking a look at it.
I'm sure everybody knows that Justin Thomas is in at 5 under. You know, heck, he was done before they teed off, or close to it. Other than that, you better just do what you do.
His speed has been, as we pointed out back on 8, excellent today. But most of the putts he had have been longer, and they've been losing speed when they get to the cup. So if he has that same kind of pacing, he's going to need to give this more borrow out on the left side.
Well, that is, this putt is solely about speed. Everybody knows it breaks hard left to right. It's just how hard do you hit it.
McIlroy. Golden opportunity squandered.
Yeah, that's a shame right there.
Was 42 feet away, putting for eagle from off the front of the green. Rolls at 9.5 feet past. Can't make the comebacker for birdie. And after a tee shot that he hit 379 yards in the fairway, it's a par at the 9th. 1 under 34 on the front.
Go win it, Rory. Come on.
I mean, I think he hit a good putt, but it's just those, especially downhill left to righters, are so hard to match the speed in the line for a right-handed golfer. It's just the most difficult little putts you can have.
Just to net a big miscue running that by above the hole.
And it was just a 7-iron in. That one, he's going to have to shake it off on the way to the 10th. Inside right edge for Xander.
For a carbon copy front 9. Xander Schauffele and Rory McIlroy, same score the first 9 holes, same score for the championship, same deficit they're trying to overcome with 9 to go. For the final round, the scoring opportunities are 1, 2, 6, and 9. Those are all the holes in red. The holes in black playing over par. Then you get to the back 9, you got 2 chances at 13 and 16. The rest of them, like we saw yesterday, have played over par for the field, Scott.
Yeah, it just continues to get more difficult the deeper into the rounds you get. So you do have a couple of reprieves on 13 and 16, but even just like on number 9 there, Rory bombs drive, has 7-iron in, but he wasn't quite sharp enough around the green, and he didn't convert. So there are no gimme birdies out here.
Front 9, 6 under today for the field. The back 9 plus 60. The field scoring average, and this is quite the statistical anomaly, was 70.00 yesterday for the field, close to 70.8 today. So almost a shot higher for the final round.
Which I think all the low scores yesterday morning kept it down, because yesterday afternoon is playing pretty similar to how it's playing now. Not a lot of birdie chances. And here we come to the hardest golf hole on the golf course, and the back right pin. I'm kind of surprised they didn't use the front left here, but maybe the scores aren't very low, so why put salt in the wound? Not that this is an easy hole location. If you don't hit it in the fairway here, you are really behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, anywhere between, obviously, a right center between shot length and stance. But if you're on shot length,
I got you. Yep. A little left to right for sure, right?
yes, just a touch.
Okay.
Ned, tee us up here on the 10th.
Well, you're a good 15 yards above the fairway, and the wind now is at the strongest point it's been all day, directly back into the face of the players. Any mishit or misplay, you're going to find the rough.
Weak and right.
Needs some help on the ground, but that flies into the rough.
Yeah, got over the bunker, but not very good, because you're not going to be able to fly it on the green, and this green is one that you really can't roll it up on very easily with the penalty area covering most of the green on the left.
There is a lot of foot traffic under those trees. It's where the cameramen and reporters and inside the rope gallery members like to stand, because it's about the only shade that you've seen in 4 holes. So he might catch a break.
Well, we could barely see the top of the ball from the camera angle, so that's actually a good thing. This one might end up in the left rough. Yep. Which that'll all be lie dependent there, Ned.
Just like the first hole, Schauffele and McIlroy, who are T5 at 4 under par, missing the fairway to kick off the back 9 as well. They are 2 back with 9 to go at Matty Schmid. These fans here in Philly are hoping for an epic finish at the PGA Championship.
One of the strongest fields in the world. You know, there's a huge mix of international players worldwide. I think the PGA Championship sets up such an unbelievable tournament. There's no agenda. They just want to have the best player win that week.
PGA Championship, I think it's going to be one of the best fields in golf. That tournament would be, you know, I would say harder to win than maybe the Masters.
It actually has one of the strongest fields. It brings in a lot of the PGA Tour players. It brings out players around the world. But it also adds 20 PGA professionals. It's really cool to see other pros, even if they know they might not have the best shot at winning, to see them out there and just to enjoy the moment of what it's like to be at a major championship.
The opportunity to lift that Wanamaker trophy, the biggest trophy in golf probably, would be super cool. So it has very special meaning.
They just want whoever plays the best golf to win. They always do a good job of setting the golf course up because it is the major for professionals.
Had 97 of the top 100 in the world golf rankings, teeing it up at the PGA Championship this week. Matty Schmid, the 28-year-old from Germany, plays over here on the PGA Tour. 2 under on the round in that final group with a 1-shot lead over Justin Thomas, Cameron Smith, and Nick Taylor. Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, John Rahm, along with 54-hole leader Alex Smalley at 4 under, 2 back. Game plan for Schauffele and McIlroy with 9 to go.
Get out of this hole with a 4. I mean, this is they're both in the rough. Green is not receptive to getting it on it from the rough. So somehow make a 4 here, and then you might gotta. I don't even know if they need to like charge real hard. They just need to play solid and take advantage of any opportunities they get, which Rory just did not take advantage of it on the 9th. So I'm not sure he can afford to do that again.
How far left? 51 spot there, today. 61. The one over there? Yeah, 61. Yeah. You want a 9? I think so. Yeah. We have more wind, and that wind wasn't really a factor at 61 either. I got it right here. Touch off the right on this angle. A little right left? See these right here? Yeah. They're all exposed, so it is a little right left. Okay. You almost got to kind of find it. I got you. Like I said, if we're in front of that green, we can get up from there. I got you. Yep.
A clumpy, bunched up kind of lie. The ball is dug into the bottom of the grass. He has to keep it under this tree. If he tries to play a fade around it, he's bringing the pond into play. 190 yards. It's likely going to be a low runner. Anything on the green would be spectacular.
I think they're even trying to believe it just short, so he has an easier pitch shot is what they were talking about. That's not going to stay. And that's going to be interesting. Those 2 sprinkler heads right there on the fringe look to be right in his line.
Well, that was a gutsy shot.
That was. That ball came out hot.
McIlroy. The wind definitely becoming a factor now, right back into his face.
All lie dependent.
Towards the middle of the green.
Good shot.
And that will settle towards the middle, 35 feet or so away for birdie.
Scott, the shot from Xander, that could have gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, I think it, you know, they were talking, they hit 9-iron, you know, 165 to the front, but that's how much it jumped. Because Austin was saying, hey, if you land it short of the green, it should kick up, but if it doesn't, that's a pretty good place to try to get up and down from. Where he is now is quite a bit more difficult.
And it did not look like the lie had any heat in it. It didn't look like a jumper. I think they're going to be surprised that it got all the way back here.
Well, I think they were planning on it being a jumper, and it did.
Who do you think's played better at this point?
They're tied, right? It looks like Rory is a little bit more control. He's hitting more fairways, more greens, but not converting, you know. Now Xander's in a tough spot right here, so. But they're not out of it. There's just, other than the 9th hole and the 13th hole and the 16th hole, there's just not many chances.
So the 8th hole on the left. And if they look to their left, they'll see the leader of the PGA Championship, Matty Schmid, had missed the green. Played his second inside 3 feet. So Schmid should stay at 6 under par.
Ned, can you tell if those 2 sprinkler heads are in his line if he wanted to putt?
They are right on the top edge of his line. He'd love to have another maybe 8 inches to a foot to move those to the right.
Okay. Well, it does look like they're just off.
In some ways, it's helpful because it gives him perspective on where he wants the line and the putt to go. And he's going to have to hit it probably a little firmer than he would want because of those sprinklers.
Yeah, you got to get up the, you know, if he goes too far left, it'll catch that other little swale and roll back down 10 yards from where he is now. So you got to get it up there.
This quite literally is like standing halfway to the pitcher's mound and trying to putt it and get it to stop right on top of the pitcher's rubber. If it's short, it comes back to you. If it's long, it will go 6 or 8 feet, if not 10 or 12 feet past. If you're 2 feet left, it's going to curl 12 feet away from the hole.
Yeah, it's a tough shot, no doubt about it.
You'd like to be able to miss it a little long and right, but that's not an option really with those sprinklers.
Right. Oh, I think definitely the sprinkler heads would be in the way if you were trying to play a little more conservative.
And meanwhile, the Alex Smalley duo is playing out on the 8th, and a veteran move from Rory and Xander to let them go ahead because they just watched Alex Smalley miss a putt.
That was a par putt, so Smalley will be falling back to 3 under. The group behind Xander Schauffele and Rory McIlroy, Aaron Rai was at 3 under walking off that 8th green, eagled the 9th. His tee shot off the 10th tee in the fairway. So Aaron Rai is with Justin Thomas, Cam Smith, and Nick Taylor at 5 under par, 1 behind Schmidt.
And we'll let you know Matty Schmidt, if you're curious how he's feeling. He just walked by eating a ham and turkey sandwich. I would think that would be the last thing you want when your mouth's a little dry and the pressure is high.
Well, he's hungry.
Turns to glue. Critical moment for Xander.
Yeah, this is really hard to judge the speed.
6 feet below the hole. There isn't a whole lot of grain over here, and it will quickly pick up pace once it captures the green.
Back there a little bit. Okay. I watched Jordan Spieth earlier from down there, and he got it a little closer than that, but the ball looked like it turned about 4 ways and went up and down and up and down, and really difficult spot to be playing from.
What's the read for McIlroy?
Yeah, about that. Again, it's another one that has 2 different slopes. And we've seen it every time when they put the whole location in the back here at 10. The players have struggled to get it to the hole. Again, this is all about the pace.
He's had great pace today, except for that 9th hole from off the green. This looks good pace.
Bunch of pars. Still looking for that spark for McIlroy.
Yeah, well, you know, a lot of times it takes a 3 or 4 or 5 hole stretch. It might only take a 2, or if you could make 2 or 3 birdies on the back 9, you might win in a rout, even from 4 under. It's incredible how the golf course is continuing to win.
Curious little one here, because he actually is the first foot or so up the slope, just slightly, and then everything else at the hole and beyond runs away from him.
Yeah, just a classic on top of a ridge here, isn't it?
Correct. If anything, it'll shimmy back to the front of the green, especially if you don't hit it with the proper pace. This is all about guts.
Gotta have it. Schauffele.
Not a problem.
Still bogey free through 10.
Well, both of them are bogey free. That's worth something. If that continues the rest of the day, these guys might be right there. Both of them have just kind of inched up the leaderboard, passing people by making pars.
Two-putt par. Eight consecutive pars for McIlroy. Take his tee to green on 11.
Well, right to left off the tee. I'm guessing these guys are both going to hit driver. You know, it's 37 yards wide. Try to get it up here on a good number. The pin is tucked on the right. And the whole thing, I mean, there's a very small area to hit it to. Short is rejected, and right is really rejected. So all about hitting the fairway. If you don't hit the fairway here, you're going to have a really hard time getting maybe getting on the green, but definitely anywhere around this hole.
That's what we've had out of 11 today. Sixth toughest hole.
I think it's just the whole location. It's such a tight spot, and if you miss it long or really anywhere except left of it, you're going to be in big trouble.
319 covers the bunkers down the right side. And there's no scoreboard up by the 11th, so if they were interested, Scotty, to our prescription earlier, they're going to have to wait, and that's not the swing you wanted. No. It's headed to the right, and there is a penalty area.
Looked like it missed the bunkers, but in the rough, and that's not going to be very good.
That was a severe miss hit.
McIlroy up next.
On with the 3-wood again. He's tried to hit this club and draw it twice. It hasn't done great with it.
Go, boys!
Will that hold on?
Looks better. I think it's going to be okay. Nope.
Third missed fairway today with a 3-wood.
Yeah, that's killing yourself.
It is the surprising Matty Schmidt leading the PGA Championship by 1. Just a reminder, the full final round broadcast, you can catch coverage over on CBS right now. 108th PGA Championship. And here's what we have with feature groups. Aaron Rai, Ludwig Oberg. Rai making his charge. He is just one back in featured holes, 13, 16, and 17. Those would be a big part of the storyline late in the day. Could they be the deciding holes at the PGA Championship? With more, let's check in once again with our PGA of America Coach of the Year a couple years ago, and Joe Hallett. Joe?
George, Scott, I'm not in the middle of nowhere. I'm in Frisco, Texas at our PGA headquarters. But if you look at where the shot ended up, you kind of get that idea of, oh gosh, my ball's in the middle of the road. It's in the middle of nowhere. Well, that's not necessarily the case, because a lot of times when you hit the green, you'll be very, very surprised at what happens. You've got a situation here where you've got a 15-footer, a 20-footer, maybe another 12-footer, and maybe even a 10-footer right here. I know a lot of you played college golf, and that the funnest day was always, always when the coach got a hold of the grounds crew and said, pull all the flags, looked at us and said, boys, go do your best. Guess what? You aim for the middle of the green. It was a surprise where the hole was, and you had a shot at birdie. So the next time when things get a little tough or windy, should you go after the flag or forget it? Your choice.
I think that's great advice from Joe, especially major championship golf when we're seeing this type of rough.
Yeah, yes, you have to pick your spots and take what the course gives you. That's easy to say and hard to do.
Ned, how are McIlroy and Schauffele going to try and manage their second shots?
Rory has the angle in an appealing looking lie, a lively lie, but certainly one that he can finagle something out of. He has 108 and Schauffele 109, so it's going to be Schauffele first, and he has all kinds of complications.
I like kind of just close to pin number, honestly, right? I mean, if I can get 110, that'd be ideal, but I got to err on long, right? For sure. Okay. Putt down, winds there. I got you.
He is in the
Slow left, you have some room on. I got you.
A little bit of a downslope, and the lip is right in his face, and definitely a problem. If he doesn't strike it absolutely perfect, he will drive it into the lip. There's nowhere to land it up here by the green. Long and left is his only option.
Get in the fairway. Get in the fairway.
Uh-oh.
You called that perfectly, Ned. It didn't look, you know, he's hitting a short club. It looked like he could get it up, but wow, now he's really in trouble.
Compounding mistakes. Off the tee and with the second. That wasn't even close.
No, he had to hit that thin. I mean, that hit the bottom of the lip.
Over to McIlroy.
Anywhere but short and right.
Yeah, that's left. Looks hot. Keep rolling. Getting better. Seems like he's been 35 or 40 feet all day, though, hasn't he?
The last 8 holes in a row, it seems like every time he's hitting to the middle of the greens.
But if you don't hit the fairways, that's all you got.
He keeps going back to the well with the 3-wood, and it hasn't been paying dividends.
It sure has not. I mean, it's cost him.
That was a golf shot from Rory McIlroy. To keep it on the green, Scotty. Now he's going to have to be delicate with the next one.
Yeah, well, I think if you hit it on this green, you're going to be delicate with the next one, no matter where you hit it. Then you're walking up there, the flagstick looks like it's barely on the green, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like a superintendent's revenge kind of hole location.
Get it up there and try and 2-putt, right? Correct. If it just goes long, it's... I understand, yeah. I understand.
5 would be a good score from here.
I agree. You're in big trouble.
Has to avoid making double.
Slow down. Okay, no gimme two putt, but at least he's
putting.
And inching forward to not making a double. But you're right, George. If he makes a double, then that's almost curtains.
Barring something
miraculous,
it's curtains. Schauffele will have a par putt, but two putt from that point would be clutch.
Yeah, and I'm sure Dad's down there, and he can describe how difficult of a lag putt this is going to be.
Imagine standing at the top of a stairwell and saying, I want you to stop the ball on the last stair. That's what we have.
Yeah, it just everything's going down. Just, yeah, tough hole. Same as all of them. If you don't drive in the fairway, these greens are not receptive to you getting the ball anywhere around the hole. Sometimes they're not receptive if you hit it in the middle of the fairway getting around the hole.
He's got 67 feet for par. McIlroy 41 feet for birdie. Scott, major championship golf on a day like today, with the premium on accuracy off the tee, firm and fast. No one out of the later waves is going low. Feels like every hole you're grinding out pars. What's the mental test and mental grind like?
Well, that's basically what it is. I mean, you'll get tired playing this kind of golf. You know, that's why guys don't want to play a U.S. Open every week or a PGA. It's difficult because it just wears you out because there's so much premium on every single shot. And you guys hate making bogeys. You know, it's okay if you make pars, but driving in the rough and making bogeys just drive you nuts. And that's what it's turned into here. So, gotta stay focused and relaxed. Rory looks pretty focused and relaxed, but he's just not getting it close to the hole.
There are a couple of elements working in Xander's favor. The wind being back into his face will help slow this down. And there is a little bit of an up ramp past the hole that will also keep it from running too far past the cup.
Par putt over the ridge.
It's going to get there. That's pretty well done.
The bogey, he'll fall to 3 under, 3 back of Schmidt.
That'll be the first bogey of these two players in our group today, which that's worth something. There's a lot of bogeys on a lot of scorecards today.
And Scotty, the wind being where it is in the direction has actually made this putt approachable. And they've pushed this whole location just close enough to the edge where the ball has time to slow down.
So it's not the infinity pool right behind it.
Not quite. But it has a little feel for some magic maybe from McIlroy.
He's been so good with his speed control. And that is nowhere close.
No line or speed, very good.
Wasn't a very good effort for McIlroy. We know Schauffele will drop at least one shot. McIlroy 4.5 feet, otherwise he'll do the same.
The speed was fine. He just was not even in the right zip code for what the break was going to do.
Yeah, I mean, misread it by a couple feet.
Fortunately, he's left it where he's putting back up the hill, so he'll be able to stroke this with confidence. And it's right in the heart.
Ooh.
Curls it in.
Yep.
Rory McIlroy still lurking at 4 under, 2 behind Schmidt.
I know I just glanced at that scoreboard there, George, and I was going to send a text to Justin that he might not want to have any more beer. Because it's getting closer and closer to looking like that he might be in some.
Well, he hasn't had any beer this time, but if it was
well, I know,
the
just in case he's thinking about it, you might want to hold off. It's looking more and more like 5 might have a chance.
Schauffele. That's a bogey 5 at the 11th. Even on the round, first hiccup coming on the back 9.
Yeah, and honestly, after the tee shot and barely getting it out of the bunker into the rough, that's a good 5.
And now the 12th, one of the hardest holes to birdie at Aronimink.
Yeah, the pin's way over there on the back right, so it's just, you can't hardly get to it even if you, or it was way over there. No, this one, actually this is approachable. It's on the back center if you drive it in the fairway. I was looking at the wrong thing, but not that any whole location is approachable, but drive in the fairway, little into the wind right to left, but not bad.
There's the leaderboard. Matty Schmid, the 28-year-old from Germany, grew up about an hour north from Munich. His dad, Roland, was a club professional. That's where he learned the game. Could he have his major moment this Sunday at the PGA Championship? McIlroy, 12th tee.
I'm down below, so I can't see. Does he have fairway metal?
He's got the driver.
It's all whether or not he can get to that far left bunker. And into the rough.
Another missed fairway for McIlroy.
He is far enough up there, though, that he could probably get it around the green, but not get it within 35 feet, which is kind of basically what it's been doing all day.
Rinse and repeat for this final round for Rory. Schauffele also going with driver. Ned.
Up top, you can feel the wind. Critical swing for Xander to reset after the bogey.
Give me a Zan!
That'll play.
Perfect.
Schauffele roasting it off the 12th tee. It is still up in the air at the PGA Championship. So Ken Tackett, PGA Tour rules official, part of the rules committee for the PGA Championship, talking with Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele, giving them a warning when it comes to pace of play. Make sure and speed up just a hair. That's the ball position. Schauffele 326 in the fairway, McIlroy 325 in the rough. Scott.
It's all lie dependent for Rory. I don't think he has any tree trouble, but you never know. But kind of the same position he's been in all day. I mean, he's got a good angle, but he's going to have a hard time getting it close to the hole. Xander's got a chance. I mean, 143-yard shot for him should be a shot that he should get close to the hole.
I don't think the time warning will fluster either one of these players. And too much experience between the two of them.
Well, you know, they waited for a long time on number 10 for sure for the last group to finish the 8th green. You know, I don't remember that they did really anything that took that much time.
Well, if it ripples all the way back to Matty Schmid, where the pace of play then gets a little brisker, that's actually going to have more of an impact on him, because he's a very meticulous, deliberate player who likes to have time. Just something to pay attention to.
Ned, how you reading what Rory has? Yeah. Left rough.
31 up 3. Whenever you're right. Okay, good. Yeah.
Well, you all were spot on. Rinse and repeat. Again, this one braided into the bottom of the rough, but he's been used to it. Just inside of 150 yards all the way to the hole. But again, to your point, Scott, he's got to be cautious and be thinking 35 or 40 feet short.
Ditto. But I mean, there's not really much else you can do. I mean, you hit it over this green, you're making bogey. You hit it left of the green, you're making bogey. So you just can't be. Now Xander can be aggressive here.
I think he has to be aggressive from 143 yards. And this is a defining moment if he's going to make a charge on the closing holes. That was a big gap wedge.
Looks good. Oh, it did not release much though. Good shot.
That putter's going to have to get white hot for Schauffele the last 7. Same with McIlroy, but the birdie chances ahead. 13, drivable, par 5 16th. Schmid, the leader, is at 6 under. 4 players: Thomas, Rahm, Cam Smith, Aaron Ryer at 5. Then McIlroy with Nick Taylor, Smalley at 4 under par. If Rory birdied 13 and 16 and parred out, posted 6.
Maybe so. You know,
pretty good spot, and that'd be a final round 67 for him.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, the leader's in the rough on 10. Aaron Rye is going to probably go to 6 under. He hit it stiff on 11. And he does drive it straight, so he might end up being a guy, although he's never won any kind of tournament like this.
Has won the Wyndham Championship, has won on the DP World Tour, has never been in serious contention at a major.
Right. So I don't know. It's shaping up. We need some fireworks though from our group to get the crowd going again. You know, it's kind of been the same every day. You get back here where the golf course is just kicking everybody's rear, and the roars go away. So maybe they'll start again on 13.
Aaron Rye, the co-leader, just made birdie on 11. He's walking to the 12th tee.
Don't sleep on Aaron Rye. He's a big game hunter. You look at the ones that he's won over in in Europe, he's faced down Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood coming down the stretch. Now, nothing like this, that's for sure. But he doesn't seem to be afraid of the moment. It's up to our groups to start putting pressure on the leaders.
Yeah.
But from this range with this many breaks to a whole location that looks like it's just tucked on the very back edge and right behind it is the end of the world, that's not the best place from where to apply pressure. Watch how hard he has to hit this.
"43 feet away."
And another good lag putt.
If Rory ever wanted to put out an instructional video for lag putting, he could just clip together his final round in Aronimink Golf Club.
Exactly. Just take this. It's been impressive. He is coming to a hole where he can make a dent.
Has to.
And he really needs to.
George, can you imagine a more boring video? Have a lag putt with.
Really well. I'm okay with it because you want it to feed down. Right. So if we can bring it down just right at the pin. That would be ideal. Yeah. Right? Yeah.
Those 3 wood carries 275. The next option down 260, and that's why you heard Austin saying you really have to draw it to get a little extra juice out of this.
Right side as well in the bunker.
Yeah, that's not great. Long bunker shot with lots of humps and bumps and nothing that's really helping you feed it to the hole.
Neither of these guys even threatening the hole off the tee on the 13th. It is getting late in the day. Final round. There's the leaderboard, and it's Aaron Rai, the 31-year-old Englishman. 2 under on the day, 1-shot lead over Thomas, Rahm, Smith, and Schmid, who just bogeyed the 10th. Rai, who has played all over the world. Won the 2024 Wyndham Championship 3 times on the DP World Tour. He's won on the Asian Tour as well. Great ball striker, battled neck and back injuries beginning of the year, had a WD from the Players, missed some time in March, said at the Masters, "I finally feel healthy." Was 5th last week at the One Flight Myrtle Beach Classic, and has carried over that form to this week at the PGA Championship. We thought it might be the year that an international player breaks this streak of 10 consecutive PGA Championships won by an American.
Well,
but if you had fingered guys to get it done, think a lot of people are looking at John Rahm or Rory McIlroy, or maybe even Cam Smith, not necessarily Aaron Rai.
No, but I mean, if he wins, then that's great for glove sales, right? Because he does use both 2 gloves, which kind of is weird. But if you get used to that, it's probably pretty smart. You have better grip.
On around coverage over on CBS. I wonder if you would keep both gloves on, lifting the Wanamaker.
I think you'd have to for at least one picture, wouldn't you?
Like he's the keeper of the cup for the Stanley Cup.
Well, Ned, did you find Rory's tee ball?
Found it.
Is he stymied under that tree?
He has a window, very, very small window. And the lie, hold on, we've got some gallery situations here that we're trying to make sure somebody doesn't get hurt. The lie for Rory is just roosted down into the deep grass. Braids of big, strong tentacles of grass hanging all around it. Back into the grain.
Yeah.
30 yards to the edge of the green on line with the flag. You can't see anything. All you can see is the sun and the canopy of the tree in front of him.
But the tree hanging over the canopy, he's not going to have to mess with that.
Oh, absolutely. And the way the grass is lying, one that would ride the face and get up into the leaves.
Okay, so he could. That's what I was wondering, if he needed to keep it under the tree or if it was reasonably clear. But
and the problem with that is, by keeping it under the tree, if he lands it on the green,
it's going to run off.
It's going to run. The good news is the hole is in the back left. But again, 30 feet would be a great shot.
Yeah, and I don't even think he's looking at the hole location.
He's going to have to get aggressive at some point over these closing holes, and this is not the time.
Volunteer, in.
He could race it all the way across the green towards the 14th tee and use that slope to.
Yeah, if you get it way over there.
Again, even if it made it to the green, it would be 30 feet.
Yeah.
Yes, you. No, just you. Yes. Thank you.
Ooh. Sounds like Pink Floyd. You. Yes, you.
He's got 66 yards.
Now he's looking at a possible bogey.
Good caddy, Harry Diamond pointing to where the ball is. Rory nearly stepping on him.
And that shows you how thick it was right there.
He had to keep it under the tree. And coming out of that lie, it was difficult to get the distance that he needed. And so now he'll wait as Xander.
Quiet, please.
Just depends, Scott, on what kind of shot he wants to play.
Yeah, I mean, the green complex is kind of, you're either going to have to use the slopes or get really aggressive and try to fly it most of the way.
The issue with using the slopes is if you guess it wrong, you could skate it right over the back of the green.
Well, the issue with using the slopes is nobody's been able to do anything with them all week.
Second shot for Schauffele. Carries it back there, will it check? And it doesn't. Didn't have any bite, and now up against the collar.
Yeah, that's doable, but yeah, just needed. Could not get any spin. Remember how much spin he got on that long bunker shot on 8? Just couldn't get it there. It was just too much to ask for.
It was inches away, though, from being magnificent, and that's the line that we're walking with these whole locations today.
Right still.
Rory jumps out as third. That came out fluffy.
Might come back. Yep.
This might be the hole where Rory hits eject from the PGA Championship.
Playing out of the thick stuff is there's no way to escape. You're not going to become unscathed if you keep hitting the rough. Off the tee, around the greens.
Ned, we're getting a up close look at how not to play the drivable par 4 13th today.
You have to hit the perfect golf shot off of the tee, otherwise you're up here busy, and you don't even think about laying up, not just because of the distance, but this whole location, even if you had 100 yards, is still daunting.
Yeah, I would, Ned, you're down there. I would think left front greenside bunker is probably your best chance.
Probably your best chance, I would agree, but you can very easily end up 25, 30 feet away and end up with a 4-footer for par. Again, the whole locations today are, well, they're extremely difficult. Now, putter out this jump is going to have to hit down on it a little bit just because of the eyelashes of grass behind it. It is into the grain and slow running up this hill, some 15 feet. That's going to come all the way back.
The drivable 13th is turning into the Waterloo for our group.
Turning into a house of horrors.
Wow.
Slightly more approachable just because he doesn't have to deal with as much grain.
Well, it sounded like a mishit on the first putt.
Well, you got to be steep, pick it up and hit down on it. You're not used to that with your putter.
Yep.
And this is going to be borderline as well.
Did it again. There have been 74 players who came through this hole today. Only 9 bogeys and 3 others. Good chance we're going to have a bogey and a double from Rory and Xander Schauffele on a 299-yard par 4.
With no hazards or penalty areas or anything. That's pretty unheard of.
Can the putter, Ned, give Rory a lifeline here and bail him out?
Well, he has been dialed in, as we've said, with his pacing, but this one you suspect is going to have a little bit more aggression in it just because of the situation. Up the hill, and it's steep the first 6 feet, working from the right side of the green to the left, and then we'll continue to sail that way as it makes its way to the hole.
Up the hill and headed on a good line, but it's kind of been the same story all day long.
He'll cough up one on the 13th. 3 under par will have him 3 back of the leader Rye. Bogey putt for Schauffele.
You can feel the adrenaline. running out of the fans here. They were ready for Xander and Rory to step here and have eagle putts, not bogey putts.
Xander scratches out a bogey.
Oh, man. That is tough. They have made a mess of this hole that's supposed to be one of your scoring holes.
It's also not going to help with their warning back on 12 with the time situation.
Oh, heck no. They're way behind now, as long as this hole's taken.
McIlroy, bogey of his own. Ugly, ugly hole on 13. Unlucky for both of them. McIlroy at 3 under now, T8. He's going to have to go 3 under the last 5 holes, kicking it off here on the 14th.
Yeah, which has not been very nice to anybody all week. And I want to say this whole location is more accessible, but I mean, literally none of them are very accessible. So if you hit a nice shot, you know, 6-8 feet, maybe 10 feet left to this whole location, it could feed in there. But I mean, guys have had such a hard time getting it around the hole. There have been 8 birdies today, though, so that could be a little glimmer of hope.
Ned, it seems like worst case scenario for Schauffele and McIlroy, not just with the score, but the energy and the excitement and them trying to feed off the crowd. All the oxygen has been sucked out. It's like a balloon just popped on the 13th.
Yeah, it's like somebody blew out the candles on your birthday cake. It's no fun. It was always going to be difficult, but we expected to have a little fun here. Maybe this will reignite.
McIlroy still has the honor at 14. Another swing where he's late and leaning right.
Yeah, not his shot. His shot is to draw it back in there. To get a nice bounce, but I don't know if it's going to stay there.
Another iron shot to 30 feet.
Yep.
Again, it's difficult to feel the breeze here on the tee, but the flags up by the grandstands and the green would indicate it's been cut in half from what it was about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, luckily it has not really gusted up, but the golf course is still played very difficult.
7 iron.
Barely climbs on the front of the green. Xander Schauffele fading away. Rory McIlroy seeing the second major of 2026 slip through his fingers on this, the back 9 at Aronimink.
the Wanamaker up for grabs on this Sunday.
The chase is on.
It's been tough sledding. Just can't get the ball around the hole, and really no real makeable putts.
If we can knock one of these in, the leaders will hear it because they're just across the basin over at the 12th. This one climbs the slope the entire way, swings hard from right to left, right here.
Steady lag from Schauffele. Rory is going to have to do something unexpected at some point in the positive direction, like make this from 23 feet.
Well, it's inside 30. Unfortunately, this has been one of his better chances. Almost straight uphill, isn't it, Ned?
It is absolutely as you described it. And has intentions of working to the front of the green, which for a right-handed player is comforting. And this is what we need. This is the biggest gallery on the golf course. Not only would the leaders know that Rory's done something, it would put a real spark of energy into this duo. Going over to the longest par 4 in PGA Championship history. You'd like to have a little wind at your sails, but he can't afford to be tentative.
McIlroy down but not out. A birdie on the 14th at 4 under, pulls within 2 of Rye.
Finally. Yeah, that's his advantage. Get the crowd cheering.
Needed that in the worst of ways.
Yeah, he did. You see those little subtle breaks there? It broke about 3 different directions. I think that explains why it's been so hard to make putts.
Erases the costly mistake from the previous hole.
Yeah, but he's going to have a couple more of those putts go in, I think, to have a real shot.
Par for Schauffele. Tale of 2 holes for Rory McIlroy, and he's going to be kicking himself for this swing on the 13th.
Well, just totally up and out of it. Kind of acted like his right hand slipped a little bit in the grip. Just terrible feeling.
Almost stepped on his ball. It was so badly buried. Then his second, another mistake.
Yeah, just trying anything. I mean, the rough's so thick. Contact's a problem.
Third shot. I mean, each shot almost worse than the preceding one from off the tee. His second, his third there.
Yeah, just went from bad to worse. On a hole that I'm sure he was really thinking, nice swing and I can make a pretty easy birdie.
If, in a parallel universe, he had birdied 13, he would have been at 5 under. Well, with this, to have a share of the lead. But instead, the bogey, Rory at 3, pushes it to 4. His second birdie on the round.
Yeah, and he's going to have to do something not crazy, but spectacular, like maybe somehow make a 3 on this hole or 3 on 16.
And that'll have to do something memorable from here to the house.
He needs his fellow Irishman's finish of Padraig Harrington.
Yeah, 3-3-3.
3-3-3. He's got to be pumped, though. Adrenaline absolutely coursing through McIlroy's body. This will have some heat on it.
Let it hold.
314, but that's not covering rough. You know what I'm saying?
Can't buy a fairway.
It's almost playing like it's.
It was a good tee shot, but it's just, you almost need to cut it up against the wind to hold the fairway.
Turning into one of his worst driving days of the week. It's hit 4 out of 12. fairways.
McIlroy, George took a long, hard look at the leaderboard while he was standing on the 14th green. He knows the mission. He knows where he stands.
Well, he's one further behind than he thought he was because Aaron Rai just made another birdie.
Schauffele doesn't quite have the same fate as McIlroy in that intermediate cut. Rory running out of holes. 3 down, 4 to go on ESPN Plus. .527-yard par 4 15th. The 2 tee balls for Schauffele and McIlroy in the left-hand rough. It's going to make a tough hole even more difficult, playing as the 5th most difficult today. The collection of bunkers. And you see how well protected that front left hole location is. The contours of the green from where those guys are on the left-hand side. They'll have to play it up the right. Use that slope to funnel back towards the middle of the green. Aaron Rai, 2 birdies his last 3 holes. This is some breathing room. McIlroy, 3 back now. Hasn't had his A game today. 1 under on the round. And has had to do so much after opening with a 74 in the first round to even be in contention at the PGA Championship. George Savarikas with Scott Verplank, Xander Schauffele, Rory McIlroy, our twosome on ESPN Plus for our feature group. Ned Michaels with them. Ned, the leaderboard they saw, did it have Rai at 6 or 7?
6. Regardless, he knows he has to get on the accelerator, both of them. Rory from 184 yards and Xander from 194. That's all the way to the flag. You can see Xander's lie. It's crispy, it's perched up. And Rory actually has drawn, all things considered, also a handsome looking lie. It's got some elbow room to it where he can maneuver.
Problem with this hole location, though, is you've got to land this probably maybe 10 yards short of the green if you're coming out of the rough.
It's going to bounce up, and even if it gets to front, you just putt down into a collection. Are you on a 9? That's kind of what I was on, but my thing is...
Just got to favor more right, too.
You do. You have that? I do. Yeah, then it's out all day. And it's out at most if you have that jump in. Okay? Right on that right edge of that 15 power. Okay?
Yep.
Did we hear him say 9?
He's counting on a hot one here.
Television tower he's talking about is the right side of the green, right center. So he's planning on this one having some electricity in it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of help too, so it should come out hot.
It feels more right to left than helping.
Left. Left.
I don't know if it came out that hot.
Got the hop.
Did. Oh. That's going to end up really good by the time it stops.
Insane if you play off that right side of the green. It'll funnel back towards the middle. That
was off the right side of the bunker, the right bunker.
Heck of a ground draw. The template is there for McIlroy.
And he does have the latitude if he wants to take it up top and create some altitude. He can do it and go right at Xander's ball. 194. If he can fly at 189, that's absolutely perfect.
Hot. That's what I was seeing earlier in the day right there. But familiar position.
Came out a little hot.
That boy, Rory. A couple more birdies.
What's been the biggest issue for Rory today?
I mean, just the timing has not been good. You know, I mean, he's hit some fantastic drives, but they're on the wrong holes. You know, the biggest issue is he didn't birdie 9.
What do you mean fantastic?
Well, like on the 7th hole. I mean, he just 400 yards, but it was the wrong play. He's over there with no shot 50 yards from the hole, you know. 3rd hole, he didn't get it in there very close. You know, he had a L wedge in, or a gap, you know, or just regular sand wedge. Just had, you know, 4th hole, middle of the fairway, hit it 35 feet.
He only hit 4 out of 12 fairways.
I know, and so the ones that he has hit, he'd never hit it close. So, other than number 2, which was beautiful, it just hadn't been sharp enough to get it around the hole. I mean, literally, you putt from 40 feet every hole, you're not going to make many birdies.
Worst driving day, round 1, hit 5 out of 14 fairway shots, 74 today. I mean, it's admirable that he's 1 under on the round, but 4 out of 12. Ned, can't really score around Aronimink if you're playing out of the rough for all your approach shots.
You can get it to 35 feet.
Yeah, if you're really good.
Right. Yeah, if you're Rory McIlroy.
How good was that shot from Xander?
Right on the balance of 9 and 10, and in the end it ended up being a 10. To judge those heaters is so difficult, isn't it, Scott?
Oh yeah, I mean, that's the whole driving the rough. The guessing game begins with what's the lie look like. Is it down grain, into the grain? How good a contact can I make? And as the rough is dried out, the shots are getting hotter and hotter and hotter. So bigger flyers today. The first couple days you couldn't hardly get out of the rough, so there were no flyers.
Well, this is the most predictable of all the greens. Doesn't have the humps and bumps and wiggles all over the place. You know what it's going to do. It's just a matter of, can you marry the speed to the right line? And for Rory, this one is a big bending breaker that starts out to the right, and picks up pace, but there's a nice little collection area where this hole is cut. So Scott, if you have the right pace, you could drip it in that front edge. I don't think has to be too worried about this one getting away from him. I wouldn't see a 3-putt, except for the moment if he tries to get too aggressive.
Yeah, it's one of the few holes where the hole location is in kind of a trough, but it just happens to be on the 540-yard par 4.
Roy's made 2 putts outside of 20 feet this week, one coming the previous hole on the 14th.
And he might be picking out a spot in the shadows, and he wants to paint a picture and just curl the ball above a speck of sunlight.
Well, that, but enough on
It's
it
there.
to get there.
Oh man, if it gets there. Great putt, but kind of a microcosm of the whole day. I mean, what else are you going to do? From that far, he hit a beautiful putt.
Well, if this went to a playoff and the playoff was a lag putting contest, then
it's over.
Rory's in the driver's seat.
He and Ned had it read perfectly. Needed one more foot.
Man, that looked good. How much are you seeing for Xander?
He's got to get it out there, and it's not one that you can be aggressive with even given the moment, because hitting it firm doesn't help you, and actually will make the hole a little bit smaller. He's going to have to bring it in on that side door.
It's too much speed.
It's looking like the player we were watching on Friday with the 3 over 73.
Yeah, and like 16 feet of putts made. He hasn't made anything, has he?
Today to this point, 45 feet of putts made.
45 feet.
So he's averaging just over 3 feet per hole.
That's not winning golf. I mean, especially a tournament like this, where the scores are tight and they're not low, you're going to have to make some. You're going to have to make some 20, 25 footers to separate yourself.
The par look for Schauffele. The only hole in which we have seen an eagle on the back 9 today is the next hole, the par 5 16th, Scott.
Well, it's one of the easiest holes, probably next to number 9. But if you hit the fairway here, you have a middle iron maybe to a hole. The pin's on the back right. You can get it to feet down there pretty close if you're in the fairway. So this is kind of your really good last shot at making something happen. You know, 17 and 18, there are more holes you could make a birdie on, but they haven't given up hardly anything. So this, I mean, this got to be the most important shot of the day right here for Rory. If he hits it in the fairway, the tournament's not over. If he misses the fairway, the door's starting to shut a little bit.
And there's a leaderboard 100 yards down on the right that Rory was peering at, and it does have Aaron Rai at 7 under.
Yeah.
He's got to hit one of his big high bombs, Ned, with that draw on it.
That's the only way you can hold the fairway.
Yep.
Release the Kraken!
That boy Rory!
That is not drawing.
That needs to get out to where the people are to catch a lie. And almost.
Didn't quite.
Xander.
Schauffele's birdied it each and every day.
We're left! We're left! Good cart golf.
A couple of little trees down there, plenty of gallery members.
Not good cart golf indeed. They're slapping it around on the back nine. Falling well back at the pace. Aronimink, a two-shot lead at the PGA Championship.
Every player here this week believes they can win. Somewhere inside, they believe, whether they admit it or not. Sometimes the songs we hear are just songs of our own. Confidence, delusion, what's the difference really? They all rolled into Philadelphia with a plan and a dream. The course is waiting for its turn to speak. A destroyer of plans, a wrecker of dreams.
The course has spoken loudly this week at the 108th PGA Championship. That belief whittled down to likely 4 guys. Aronimink, a 2-shot lead over Justin Thomas in the house, and then John Rahm and Matty Schmidt on the course. The closest chaser, Scott.
Yeah, it has. Aronimink has played great today, hitting the ball in the fairway most of the time and making good putts. So that's kind of been that is the major championship recipe on a golf course this hard.
Unless Rory birdies the 16th, feels like he'll be eliminated from the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of almost going to need Rye to mess up. And he drove it in the fairway on 15, so Rory really needs to make birdie. He really needs to make 3 somehow.
Ned, which direction did you decide to go?
I covered all the ground, gentlemen. I can tell you whatever you want to know.
Whatever you feel like starting with.
Well, let's start with Xander, who's 250 yards, give or take.
Looked like he may have bounced it off a fanatic over there.
Yes. Yes. Everybody's okay. Somebody's going to get a nice souvenir for a young man.
Okay, guys. That's our best one. Thank you.
But he has found a nice pocket of
252 pin.
triple down
233.
grass.
I think it's worth trying to make well, I had to move left for sure. I want to try and get in that left bunker, don't I?
Yeah, let's leave.
Austin Kaiser needs to step in there.
Take care
of
I know. I mean,
our rebar and our ropes.
It's either lay up or try and hit something through here, right?
Yeah. Shoot 241 to that bunker. 230 into it.
Like 4?
Yeah, 4 or 5. It's just more dodging these trees too.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind the 5.
Xander?
Come on, Xander. It does jump at all. I mean, that.
Well, I gotta hit it low is my point.
Okay, if you're hitting it low, yes.
Yeah.
We're just trying to land it no more than like 220.
Yes.
Okay?
Yep. Hitting that bunker, right?
Yes, trying to hit it in the right side of that bunker. Anywhere in it, you're fine, to be honest.
Well, you heard it.
Get it
Those
in,
trees
get it in
are
the
a
bunker.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't take it on because of those trees. So strategic here to try to get it into the sand.
Because you don't want it in the rough. How about that shot?
Classy.
Now Rory on the other side has a lie that is less than ideal, maybe a 6 out of 10. He'd be aiming for the front right part of the green, just over 200 yards to the flag.
Let's go!
That was a 6-iron and it came out muffled into the right.
Yeah, may not get over those cross bumpers.
Still love you, Rory.
Did, but in the rough, not much to work with from right there.
Short-sided, terrible angle for his third to the par 5.
Just paying the price for being in the rough.
You can sense it right at impact.
Yeah, you know, George, if you were asking me a minute ago, if you go back, it may be that he couldn't hit a fairway with a 3-wood. Has really kind of halted any kind of chance at momentum. Because you're hitting the 3-wood to hit the fairway. You know, and you're not, and if you hit it as far as he does, you're going to miss some fairways when you're hitting driver. But when you know you got to hit the fairway with a 3-wood, you need to hit the fairway. So I'm sure he'll go work on that before he gets in this situation again.
First hole, 3-wood, misses the fairway. Had to make it 10-footer for par. 6-hole, another one. 3-wood, missing the fairway.
Yeah, birdie holes. I mean, holes that are the best chance to make some noise out here, and you can't play from the places he was hitting his 3-wood. So.
Well, and holes you go from offense to defense immediately with one swing by having to play from the rough versus if you're in the fairway, you have wedge at most in and can turn it into a scoring opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. Well, 11th hole is a great example. Rory hit 3-wood to hit the fairway, missed the fairway in the rough. Best he could do was 35 feet. Aaron Rai hit it in the fairway and then wedged it to 2 feet. That could, you know, it just, him not hitting the fairway with the 3-wood 3 times is probably as big a deal as anything.
Ned, how would you assess things?
Assess Rory's play?
Yes, sir.
I think he's probably, in the end of the day, going to say frustrated, a little bit disappointed, but proud of how he's fought. And I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't experiment with some new fairway woods.
Well, yeah, the 3 woods. He did hit the 3rd hole with a 3-wood, but then the tee shot on 13 was abysmal. You know, he would probably describe it much worse than that. But yeah, the fairway woods aren't working.
Updated leaderboard, Matty Schmidt just birdied the 13th. He's one back of Aaron Rye.
This is no good for Rory. The ball sitting down in a little depression, a thumbprint almost, and the ground is firm because it's where the gallery had been standing, so it's dehydrated. So if he tries to go down after it, he can bounce the club into it. And he has to get it up top. It's the only shot that he has, is a big, high, long flop shot over the bunker out of a lie that is not built for that.
Yeah, pretty low percentage.
James Sankey! Get up. USA!
Here we go again, just like on 13.
Yeah, the 2 scoring holes.
I think Rory getting a little sick of the chants from the gallery.
Yeah, he's all, yeah, I mean.
Don't have to be a lip reader to.
No, well, he's already agitated with himself and with that shot and with how the day has gone, and then you have some nicely described as a smart aleck drinking, drinking a beer and says something stupid.
The fans are restless. They wanted to see excitement. They wanted to have roars, and just the course setup has been stifling. It's been a wet blanket on what they were hoping.
Yeah, I get it. It's tough.
Speaking of tough,
yeah, this is no bargain here.
I'm on the other side of the green. He just waded down into the bunker and disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a flat lie. It rolled all the way kind of the back of the flat part. Not an easy shot.
Underrated part of Rory's game, though.
Very well done. It only had 9 feet of green to work with there out of that deep bunker, so he made that hard shot look pretty easy.
Could keep him at 4 under.
Scott, you know it's a tough day when the best shot you hit all day is a trapping hard hook around the trees from out of position that runs 150 yards onto the green.
Yes, it is. I'd say the best shot he hit all day was the tee shot on 2. I mean, that was pummeled. But it's basically been all downhill scoring wise from there.
Straight class from Xander with that approach shot. And a little bit of good fortune. One last gasp here, gentlemen.
Well, you know, Xander is close, and he kind of is remaining close, but he's not quite there to the form that he had 2 years ago.
One last gasp may not be enough, but he'd have to go eagle, birdie, birdie to post 6 or 3 under the last 3 to tie the clubhouse lead with Justin Thomas at 5 under.
Got offline quickly.
Put down the coin for his birdie putt.
You know, you gotta like to hear the little kids trying to cheer him on. You know, he's great for golf. He's one of the all-time players. That's cool.
And there have been a lot of kids out this week. More than most tournaments, young families out with the little ones. And today, definitely, they all wanted Rory.
Well, both of those things you described are really good for golf. Rory is, and the kids and the families coming out to watch.
Amen, brother.
Avoids losing any more ground. 1-putt par on 16.
You can see it in his body language. He knows.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He knows. He had a pretty good chance. I don't know. It just hadn't worked out for him.
Staring at the leaderboard, McIlroy.
I mean, I think he's got another a window. We'll see if Xander can make this first for a birdie, a rare birdie.
For as much of a slog as this day has been for Schauffele, that gets him back to even on the round.
Yeah, it's kind of, I think that's what the golf course is doing to everybody.
So what's the window?
Well, I'd say, you know, Rory's in great shape, 36 years old. He's got at least another 4 or 5 years of a solid window where it wouldn't shock me if he was clicking at least one off a year.
One a year?
It wouldn't shock me. The pressure's gone. He's won the career Grand Slam. And here's 17. 171 yards to move the tee way up, but they put a hole location that basically all or nothing. If you come up short, you're in the water. If you hit it left, you're rolling way in a bad spot. Unfortunately, the best shot is middle of the green, 35 feet away. So that may be what we have.
Off that 58.
Scott, don't you know when we go to get on our flights tomorrow, we're going to be row 35?
In the middle seat.
In the middle seat, row 35.
Just 2 birdies on 17 today. That's the fewest of any hole.
At 171 yards, that just shows you how diabolical this hole location is. You just can't get around it.
I like playing 17.
Aaron Ryan, the fairway on 16.
17 and then down one.
You think it's down?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
Literally couldn't be more than an 8 iron.
That was very helpful.
Schauffele, after the birdie, is taking over the box.
Okay. Yeah, as long as you believe it's helping.
Yeah.
And 3 under is climbed.
Obviously, there's that little false that's dark you see on the green, but I mean, we're trying to hit it right over that, you know, those 2 flags on the right.
Second to last flag.
Yeah.
Back into the top 10.
All right.
Yep.
Getting help. All right.
Paint the picture for us, Ned.
Well, the first thing you need to know, this is a 9 iron. And the wind is helping. He has 15 feet total space up around the hole.
Yep, he's not even trying to go at it really, which is really rare for at this level. If you have a 9 iron or an 8 iron to a green, that you're not going at the flag.
He'd have to do something magical the last 2 holes.
According to the way this hole's played today, it'd be magical to make a birdie.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. So if you're, I mean, if you're hit wedge, you would have to hit it in on the white flag. It's 2 in. Yeah. And yeah, it would be coming down there. Yeah. I sort of am. Yeah. So coming down on that white flag is right of it.
Well, the white flag right of the flag on the green is 10 feet right. And this is all or nothing, a pitching wedge.
That's what I thought I heard. That's incredible.
It's just going to be 10 feet right of where he wanted it.
Pitching wedge from 171.
Smacked that one. Aaron Rai, Matty Schmid. Who would have thought at the beginning of the week those two would be dueling on Sunday at the PGA Championship? This guy started the day 3 back of the lead at the PGA Championship. Rory McIlroy on the 17th hole finds himself 3 back of the lead. Different leader though, as Smalley +2 on the round is tied with McIlroy at -4. It's Aaron Rai, the Englishman, at 7 under, blew a 54-hole lead last week at the One Flight Myrtle Beach Classic. Wound up finishing 5th. But brought the positive vibes overall from good play and good health to the PGA Championship. And trying to ride that to his major moment. Got a crazy stat for you, Ned. Xander Schauffele making his 36th career start in a major championship. Has 18 top 10 finishes. Right now in the top 10 would be his 19th top 10, meaning he would have a more than 50% top 10 rate in majors in his career.
That says everything about his game and his mentality, his grit. And it all started, you may remember, in 2017. He was in the sectional qualifying then in Memphis for the United States Open and had to birdie the 36th hole just to get into that U.S. Open. Went on to have a terrific week at Erin Hills, and that is a career for most people to even have a couple of top 10s, Scott. That's outrageous.
Oh, that is. That's remarkable. But yeah, his game, I mean, from the day he really got good, his game is built for these harder tests.
Ned, I interviewed him the day after he had made it through that sectional, covering the Memphis event, and was looking up his name and was like, who the hell is this Souffle guy?
Souffle.
Never seen his name. And then a month later, he wins Greenbrier in the Tour Championship and was off and running.
Well, you're going to leave this short most of the time, a little bit off to the edge, but desperation, you might end up getting it there.
Yeah, boy,
Even in these moments when you know you have to have it, it looks like if you hit it 1 inch past the hole, it's going in the water. In your mind, your subconscious, Scott, just will not let you hit it.
Yeah, well, these guys are done as far as winning the tournament, so they just want to finish as strong as they can. And I mean, yeah, how do you lag it? You know, what are you afraid of is kind of what I'm saying. I've been there and lived it, but it's terrible, especially when there's the invisible edge behind the hole.
Do you think that Rory, again, his body language would have said yes to this question, but do you think Rory really thinks he's out of it? Or do you think he's in the back of his mind, say, if I go birdie,
Well, yeah, maybe so. Maybe so.
Put pressure on 2 untested players.
Maybe so. Yeah, and you don't really want to think that way anyway. He's trying to play 1 shot at a time, but man, it's been the golf course has just made it in. I mean, if you're hitting a pitching wedge and the best you can do is 25 feet, that says a lot about how it's playing.
I just spoke to a couple of gallery members who said they've been here for 5 hours. And of all the people in this area, only a couple, they said, had even gotten it to the hole.
And why are they staying there?
Close to the bar?
Yeah, maybe so. I guess there's not very many birdies to see anyway. See if he can get it there.
McIlroy for birdie.
He's got a chance. Good putt.
Hole behind them, Aaron Rai has reached the par 5 16th and 2, inside 20 feet for eagle. Schauffele is 6 feet for par.
Maybe a little right to left, but not a lot.
That's it, right edge. These putts now are all about pride.
Mm-hmm.
The 18th hole is completely open. No groups on the 18th. These guys have fallen back a bit. And Schauffele rattles in his par.
Well, I was kind of wondering about that. Did they quit timing them? I mean, because 13th hole took forever. They got well behind.
The closing hole, the finishing one of this Donald Ross design, 494 yards, Scott.
Yeah, and it's playing downwind, so it doesn't play that. I would guess these guys will both hit driver because they can maybe knock past those bunkers, but they'll have to hit it straighter. But very difficult. Not a ton of birdies. 494 uphill, and these guys are hitting like a 3-wood and a 7-iron to it. So it's amazing how golf was played today.
Yeah, I guess. I just think hybrid, you're playing with like 8 irons.
What are the biggest changes, even from when you played here at Aronimink in 2010?
Well, about 3,000 trees are gone. You know, if you hit it crooked, you were in the tree, in the rough and the trees. But length, I mean, they've added this 40, 50 yards to a hole like this to make it 490, and they're still not even hitting driver off the tee.
Schauffele up first, Ned.
A little bit of fan at his back, trying to avoid the bunkers down the right and hug the left side of this fairway.
Fairway finder for Schauffele.
Yeah, and you know, it's only 330 to those bunkers on the right, and they're laying up to him. They're hitting less than driver to lay up to him. That's amazing. Not Rory.
Rory have driver?
Oh, yeah.
This is one for the people.
This ball will be punished for misbehaving today.
That needs to hang on.
And that will be another missed fairway for McIlroy.
There you go, Rory. Don't listen to him, Cam.
Frustrating finish for Rory McIlroy. Aaron Rai just birdied the 16th, up by 2 holes away from winning a major. Three wood, 301 yards in the fairway. McIlroy letting the lead out with that one. 343, but in the rough. As we're getting it to the house, Scott. Not what we were expecting at the beginning of the day from these two.
No, I kind of thought one or if not both of these guys would kind of have the day that Aaron Rai is having. And they had some chances, but it just, you know, the golf course is going to win again, which basically there's really only two guys that maybe JT playing great today, but that was so early. There's only two guys that have handled it very good this afternoon. The guys in first and second.
Rai at 4 under on the day. Matty Schmidt in the final group is 2 under through 14.
Yeah, other than that, it's been pulling teeth.
It really has been. If you throw out Thomas, the other guys in the top 10, Cam Smith was 2 under. Rahm and McIlroy each at 1 under. Oberg even. Smalley 2 over. Schauffele even. Rose 1 under. Reed even.
Yeah.
Goddard 1 under.
It's just the golf course is set up where it's hard to score. Not hard to, you know, you don't make a bunch of doubles or anything, but you make bogeys and not many birdies.
Ned, what are your reflections on this final round at the PGA Championship?
Well, from our group standpoint, it's anticlimactic. The golf course is difficult. You really had to be strategic. And holes like the 10th, I don't know how you hit the fairway. The 13th, that's going to be the one that I think took the wind completely out of their sails. But the crowds have been fantastic. The golf course is delightful and has all the makings for something spectacular in the future. Just would have liked to have seen a little bit more gettable setup.
For the week or for Sunday?
For Sunday. Let the ponies run a little bit. Anyhow, they didn't call me when they were setting the golf course up.
No, my phone didn't ring either.
Just 159 yards left. That's what my math says. 5 yards uphill, canceled out by the wind for Xander.
Didn't like it.
Kind of Hideki dust that ends up in the middle of the green.
Which kind of feels like all the shots just kind of end up in the middle of the green or 30, 40 feet away.
We're not seeing any of Rory's golf ball.
That's actually Rory that has 159 yards. Pardon me. It's sitting down in the rough. It's been lassoed by some of those long lashes of grass. Same thing as we said all day. Center of the green, 35 feet would be a terrific shot.
Finally thick enough he couldn't get through it. I'm sure he's tired of hitting out of the rough here today too.
These guys have to be exhausted. They just have to be. I'm tired and I've just been chasing him around in the rough. Imagine playing out of this stuff, and every other shot you're just swinging as hard as you can.
I agree, and this is an outlier because you don't play rough like this on the PGA Tour anymore. For the previous, up until about 10 years ago, you played this a lot of places. If you go back to Westchester, you know, Greensboro, Chicago, man, you had this thick fescue rough on a lot of golf courses. And they've shut it all down now so guys can hit it as far as possible and still play. I think that's why this has been a difficult equation for a lot of these guys.
Missed every fairway on the back nine today.
I mean, all in all, if he makes par here, he's going to shoot 1 under par. What else could you ask for?
Yeah, even on the back nine. It did 4 out of 14 fairways. The fewest fairways hit of any round this week for Rory McIlroy. Schauffele will have his 19th career top 10 finish in a major. And McIlroy, when he played here 8 years ago at the BMW Championship, that week finished T5. If he pars the last, he'd be T5 at the PGA Championship. And it would be his best finish in a PGA Championship since it moved to May.
Well, maybe he's gaining on it.
But last year, after winning the Masters, didn't do anything at the PGA and the US Open this year. Like Ned had talked about, it wanted to refocus for all the majors. Overall, pretty good showing. Now, Ned, he's got his third, trying to scramble and get up and down.
And this ought to be fancy.
And it is fancy.
Nearly goes in.
Right there. Great effort. You know, if he knocks that in, except for a horrible start the first day, he played pretty darn good and scored about as good as anybody on this golf course, which is almost unscorable.
If he makes that, it would be 3 straight rounds in the 60s after that 74.
Which is saying something, considering the scoring.
And if Aaron Rai goes on to win, he'll be the ideal champion for this golf course. It requires accuracy off of the tee. It requires great discipline, methodical, patient strategy. And that is everything Aaron Rai does well in his game.
I agree. I think it's kind of, he's not going to overpower the place, but he can strategery it to death.
Huge roar, huge roar.
Aaron Rai just rolled it in from outside 30 feet on the 17th for birdie.
Well, put another Englishman with a major.
Yep.
In Pennsylvania. This was, what a performance. Everybody up here on the 18th. Xander's having to back off because everybody's reacting. They just posted the score.
That was 68 feet 5 inches for Rai on the 17th to get to 9 under and lead by 3. Absolutely incredible.
Who would have thought the loudest roar of the day was coming for Aaron Rai? Could be for Xander.
Schauffele gives him a roar on the last.
I just wanted to make sure he finished top 10.
With that, he jumps up to a share of 5th. 69, 4 under for the week.
And he's right in the trough where there wasn't much break in it.
Birdie, par birdie, 2 under his last 3.
Yeah, I mean, good week, but like I said, he's not quite at that upper level yet, but he keeps gaining up. He's gaining on it. Just a kind of a shot here, shot there.
McIlroy for par.
Well, that was the most exciting hole we've had yet.
He and Schauffele shaking hands. They both shot 69. They're both at 4 under for the week. 5 back of the leader, Aaron Rai.
I just thought they'd shoot lower than that, honestly, but they both fought hard. I don't think the golf course really is putting up much except for Aaron Rai, who's just kind of peppering it to death, and 4-shot lead with 1 hole to play.
Final thoughts on the leaderboard for the 108th PGA Championship as Matty Schmidt has bogeyed Aaron Rai, now leading by 4.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ned said it right. Aaron Rai plays controlled, tactical, doesn't hit it that far, but hits it straight, and that's basically what, at the end of the day, that's what this golf course has been demanding. Hit the ball in the fairway and play smart around the green. So, I mean, he's going to win at a blowout if he pars the last hole.
Aaron Rai can enjoy the walk up the 18th. Thanks so much for joining our feature group coverage here on ESPN+. What a week it has been from Aronimink Golf Club. For Ned Michaels, Scott Verplank, I'm George Savaricas. A big thank you to our wonderful crew behind the scenes, including director Mel Hunley, producer James Davidson. So long from Philadelphia.